Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to the Friday show, where we're going to be working on a full stack app with Deno and Fresh. So, if you're not familiar with Deno, it is a modern runtime for JavaScript and TypeScript. Came out a couple years ago. It's by the same creator of node.js, and he and the rest of the Deno team have slowly been working on it. And they recently released one of the core members of the Deno team. I think is the core maintainer of this, released this project called Fresh, which is essentially a backend framework for building web apps. It's heavily inspired by Next.js. It uses Preact instead of React, but it does some interesting things and is pretty fast at doing just-in-time server-side rendering. So we've been exploring this. And last Friday, we actually set up the project. But the project itself, we're calling Fresh Spots. So the idea is users can create and share lists of places to visit. And it will have these features. So you can sign in with a social auth. So we want to do at least Twitch login and Discord login. And then users can create, read, update, and delete lists of places. So once a user creates a list, they can add a specific point of interest or a POI to that list. Like you could create a list, or I could create a list that is all of my favorite restaurants in the Denver area. So I could add like Steuben's or J-Star Thai or any of the many other restaurants that I like to eat at. I could add them to that list. I could also add comments about the specific places. And then I can take that list and share it with someone using a link. So this is our goal. These are our goals. These are all the things we want to implement. Right now, we can't do any of these things because we just have set up the database, set up the database and set up the app itself. And the Sheboss, thank you very much for that gift. So like I mentioned, we're using Deno and Fresh as the backend framework. We found this ORM called DenoDB. I have seen some suggestions for like RealmDB. I don't know if that's the one that somebody mentioned in the Discord, but we're going to stick with this library, DenoDB, because we've already set up the connection. We've got just a single model, and we have a Docker container with a Postgres database that it's talking to. So that's that. And then for authentication, we're going to try this package DenoAuth. We've never used it before. We could run into issues. This is probably what we're going to be spending time doing today, is just figuring out how to do social auth. And if we get that working, we will likely set up the rest of the models and everything else. And Cadebug, thank you for that sub. We got some other supports. Thank you to Booby for the sub. Raphael with the Prime. The Real Pygon with the 28 months. It's been a while, the Real Pygon. Thanks for dropping in. Sheboss with the gift and Cadebug with that sub. Thank you all very much. I saw a question in the chat. Is Deno really that good? It's pretty cool. I mean, it just does things differently than Node.js. Like one of the things that I like the most about it is the fact that it's like security first. So if you write a Deno script that tries to access the network, you specifically have to have a command line flag that gives it permission to access the network. If you want to access environment variables, you specifically have to say this script is accessing environment variables. Pablo with the bitch, with the bits. This full-time thing is going to cost me. Yesterday, what did he say? Blew 10 gigabytes of data. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you for the bits. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. It was a slip of the tongue. But yeah, so all of the things that you would want to do in a script, you specifically have to ask to do them. Like accessing the file system. So that's awesome. It also embraces what is it? CommonJS? I don't think it's Common. CommonJS is like require in module.exports. It embraces ECMAScript modules. And basically how the ECMAScript standard has defined how JavaScript and modules should work, and it embraces that. So basically the way modules work in the web browser are the exact same way that modules work inside of Deno. So that's pretty cool as well. So yeah, Deno, it seems like a good thing, and it supports TypeScript out of the box. I saw another question. Are we going to be doing native TypeScript? Yep, all the coder writing is in TypeScript. And there is no build process, at least that's transparent to us. We write our code in TypeScript, we start up the app, and it's good to go. So if I go into this folder, actually I do need to install Deno, so I'll go ahead and do that, because since the last time I saw you, if you were here last Friday. I completely wiped my machine and reloaded it. So I'm now running on OS X Monterey. But let's install Deno. Great. And now I should do Deno task start. And because this is the first time I'm starting this on this machine, it needs to download all of the dependencies. So that's an interesting thing that doesn't happen with Node.js. Typically with Node.js, you have to do like an npm install first, and then you start it up. Deno essentially tries to load a module and sees that it hasn't cached it, so it'll download it. I do get an error though, because it can't connect to the database, and that is because I need to start up Docker. So let me do that real quick. What's up, Chad? Welcome in. There might be a brew install for Deno. I've never used it. I've always just ran the command that they have on their website. Once I get the app up and running, we'll take a step back. We'll say hey to everybody. We'll welcome everyone in, and then we'll be writing code. Yeah, I'm gonna be using TypeScript. I used TypeScript last time. I flexed my TypeScript skills, and yeah, we showed how. I don't know. TypeScript is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I mean, typically on this channel and on the show, we write apps very quickly, and typically a lot of the things that we build here, it's almost like we're never going to look at the code again. And so if it's an app like that, oh no, my shirt says JavaScript. If it's an app like that, I am more than happy to just use JavaScript, because TypeScript requires more. You have to annotate your types, you have to create interfaces, you have to fix type errors. TypeScript is a lot more work, but at the end of the day, you have a more robust code base. And this, we're planning to have a somewhat robust code base, and at least planning to have some kind of base app that people could use as an example or as an inspiration if you're trying to build something with Deno and Fresh. Okay, Docker is running. We have a Docker compose file that should start up our database, so it's going to pull Postgres. Great. Yeah, and so Dogweather has a good point. Like, because Deno is newer, it's only been around for a few years, they don't have the ecosystem that you have with Node.js, because not every Node module can directly be used inside of Deno. Some can, but ultimately Deno needs the module to be written as an ECMAScript module using imports and exports. And also, Deno doesn't yet support all of the lower level Node.js APIs. They're working on it, but they don't yet. So not all Node modules will work. So if you have a favorite Node.js package or a npm package that does GraphQL and stuff like that, it may not work in Deno. But Deno does have their own essentially package ecosystem. If you go to third-party modules, these are modules that people have published. And we actually are, one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to fix something that we did last time. I was doing some research and I figured out that .env actually is a core package. And last time we used a third-party package for it. So we need to fix that. I'm going to add it to the to-do. Use .env from standard library. Cool, so we're going to fix that. And at this point, our Docker container is up with the database, so now I should be able to do Deno task start. There we go. And you can see that because it installed the dependencies last time I tried to run it, now it's spun up. It's running on port 8000. We can take a look. We can see there are 0 users in my database. Basically, last time we just set up some silly routes just to make sure that our database connection was working. And we actually do have an API called this. And it will create users. But we're gonna delete this file today. But basically, if I make a GET request here, or no, I have to make a GET request to API/this. This will actually do an insert into the database. Let's insert a bunch of users. Great, great, great. Let's take a quick stretch. If you do a ! project or ! working on in the chat, you can get a link to the code that we're working on. And I'll push the to-do list after we update it. Cool. So now that we have multiple users in our DB, if we go back to the home page, there are 4 users in the database. So that's what we did last time. We just set up the app. We made sure we could connect to the database. And then we have a route that is actually doing some server-side rendering to get that, that user amount into the page itself. Okay. That's it. I think, well, so let's before I say hi to everyone and we welcome everyone in, because we are a community here. I appreciate everybody for being here. I will make the to-do list so you can decide whether or not you want to stick around, because I'll decide what we're actually going to be doing today. One of the first things is updating that .env library. Another thing would be to, I guess, define our models. So we're going to have things like probably like a social profile that will be linked to the user. We will have literally, we'll call it a spot list. We'll have a specific spot that is tied to a list. We'll have spot comments. So each spot that you add to a list can have multiple comments associated with it. And that's probably it. This might actually be all we have. We already have a user model. It's super basic though. It doesn't have any properties because we're going to be doing social auth. I essentially will likely link it to a separate table. That separate table, so the user will have a unique ID, and then the separate table will have the user ID and then info about a given social profile. That's what I'm thinking anyways. So I don't think the comments are going to be a social feature, at least not yet. The initial idea is the person creating the list can add comments to the places they're adding to the list. So like if I say one of my favorite restaurants is J-Star Thai, I might add a comment that this is the best Thai food I've ever had. The place doesn't look very nice, but the food is amazing, something like that. That would be my comment, just so that when you're looking at the list, you'll be able to see that comment. I don't think we're going to add any sort of like social features like that yet. We might in the future, but for now, we're going to keep it pretty basic. I think those are the models we'll need. And probably like even before we do that, I just want to test out Deno Auth. Like I want to see what does it give us back? What can we do with it? One of the issues in trying to find an auth library to use with Deno is a lot of them assume you're using a library called Oak. And Oak is essentially like the express of the Deno world. It's a separate library. It works similarly to Express, but it's specifically for Deno. And all of the auth libraries I found, most of them were for this. Deno Auth Deno Auth looks like it can be used with anything, but we'll see. We'll see. So I'll just say figure out Deno Auth. We'll kind of like play around with it, make sure we can do the social login and stuff like that. And then at the point in which we actually need to insert a user into the database for like signing up, that's when we'll go and define our models. After we've defined our models, I do at least want one basic route. So I want to be able to show a map on the homepage. That's one thing we'll do. And this actually is going to take some research as well, because I don't know if we're just going to be able to pick an off-the-shelf React library and use it with Preact. We may have to dig a bit deeper to figure out how we're going to get a map onto the page. So yeah, show a map on the homepage, and then we'll say allow users to log in and log out. I think this is probably all we'll have time for today, like this even more base setup. But we'll see. I mean, I could basically, we could fly through all of this, and then we would actually get into building the actual routes where you can create a list. Yeah, and the idea is you can create multiple lists. So you can create one that's your favorite restaurants, one that's your favorite museums, one is a list of all the places you should stop when you visit this specific city or something like that. There should be subtitles. I thought I turned them on. Test. Yeah, there are. Just make sure that you enable the extension on the Twitch video. Yeah. All right. Does everyone think this is a good plan? Do we have any other thoughts, comments, questions, concerns, criticisms before we don't talk about code for a little bit, before we just say hi to everybody? Sounds incredible. Appreciate that. I have not done a specific video on, like, do you mean HTML, Fen? Eventually, I want to create a course that's basically like a full stack boot camp. That's a long way away. It's probably like at least a year away. Is that and so parasocial meta learning is asking about what's a model. We'll talk about that when we get there. But essentially, it's a way of writing code that represents the structure of our database. So we're working with a SQL database known as Postgres. And in SQL databases, all of your data is stored in tables. And you technically could just write direct SQL code that queries a table, gets data back, and then you could write join queries that essentially join data together from separate tables. But we're using an ORM, which is an object relational mapper called DenoDB. And basically, we define a model, an object description of every one of our tables, and then it allows us to interact with our database in a higher level way that requires less direct SQL code. Cool. Do I think it's possible to get a job as a software dev without a degree? It absolutely is. It takes work. But if you put in the work, you absolutely can. And there's less of a stigma these days around devs that don't have a degree because of the prevalence of coding boot camps. And then also just there's so many free resources out there to be self-taught. Yeah, and so Ched is a software dev that I used to work with that does not have a degree. Yeah, ORM model. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I think technically, like, we could try to structure this with like model view controller. We probably would want some like controller routes and stuff, but we'll see because I'm totally new to Deno and Fresh. I mean, that's the other thing. I don't think I mentioned it at the beginning. We're figuring this out as we go, if you couldn't tell. And essentially, I describe my process as I'm learning and figuring these things out, and we kind of learn together. A quick rundown of Fresh. Like ultimately, it works as very similar to Next.js. So if you're familiar with React and Next, it works like that in that you can define a file that has some JSX, some React-looking code in there, and then ultimately this gets rendered as a page. It's actually using Preact, and Fresh has this concept of routes, which are completely server-side rendered. These do not have any client-side JavaScript. And then you have these things called islands, which do have client-side JavaScript. So that's the thing. And like I said, we'll figure out how to structure the code and everything else. All right. Let's say hi to everyone. Ched says, and my code is quite all right. Yeah. I mean, I've known people that didn't have a degree that could write way better code than people that do have a degree. It's all about how hard you work, how much effort you put into it. A degree is just a piece of paper. Like at the end of the day, the degree does help you get your foot in the door because you have it on your resume, and a lot of companies just look for that as the first thing. And if you don't have it, then it can be harder to even get noticed. But just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're employable. It doesn't mean you're a good software developer. What's up, Geek? Welcome in. Yeah, and I mean, and that's actually a good crossover because like getting a physics degree, you do a lot of engineering, you do a lot of very logical scientific things, and that type of thinking transfers over to software development very well. Yeah, so a boss's friend was a social worker, and now they're a developer. Yep. And the Real Pagan says, I'm the engineering manager at my company, and they don't have a degree, so yes, it's possible. Yeah. Fresh is more like Astro. Yeah, and so I haven't used Astro, but I've looked into it. I've seen that they have like the concept of islands and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if I have a command for it, but if you check the frequently asked questions, I did a video on like a quick rundown of how to learn to code. So yeah, check this frequently asked question answer because I have some links to resources, and then I link a video. Yeah, if you watch this video, I kind of talk about all these resources. And then if you want to learn to code right now, and you don't necessarily want to get a job with it, that sounded bad. let me take a stretch, and I'll say that better. I'll say that better. A good friend of the Coding Garden is Daniel Schiffman of the Coding Train. And he has a YouTube channel where he teaches how to code. And if you check out this playlist specifically, code ! It teaches you how to code in a programming language or programming library called P5.js. So the code you write is very visual and interactive. Like, you'll be drawing shapes on the screen and stuff like that. So if you're a visual learner, it's a great way to start, and it like teaches all the concepts of programming and everything. The reason I mentioned if you don't want to get a job with it is because P5 is typically for visualizations and creative coding, which isn't the same thing as like building web apps, or more like the kind of coding you would do on a job. But at the same time, it is a good place if you just absolutely know nothing and you want to start. So yeah, check that out. Okay, how does an API key work, and how to create an API key in a secure way? I have a somewhat of a YouTube video on that. If you go to coding.garden/videos, you can search across all my YouTube videos, though this website is going to be updated pretty soon. And I have an archive channel where VODs are going now. But regardless, if we just search for API key, yeah, I believe in this video, I talk about how you essentially, I talk about middlewares and how you can lock down a wrap. And at the end of the day, an API key is just something that's checked in a middleware. So I show a very simple example of it. And Learn with Leon, what's up? It's been so long. Oh man, thanks for being here. Everyone should definitely check out Learn with Leon. Speaking of ways to learn to code, he streams on Twitch and teaches how to code for free. And he has this program called 100 Devs. They have a whole community with like resume help and homework help and stuff. But yeah, thank you for your support. Thank you for dropping in. Yeah, hashtag 100 Devs. Boom. Cool. But yeah, check out that video. You can skip around in it, but there is a piece where I talk about essentially like what an API key is. Cool. How do I manage to open a browser tab without URL bars? Like the ones I open when leaving us with a video. Oh. Yeah, that is off topic. I use a YouTube extension called Enhancer for YouTube. So this Enhancer for YouTube thing gives me a button on YouTube that I can click to pop out the video. So that's what, if you just search for Enhancer for YouTube, you'll find it. Yeah. It's true, Flipstar. Like, yeah, technically, even getting a degree is like, you have to put in the work to get that degree. But it's like, yeah, you put the work to get the degree, you put the work to study, to do self-study, but yeah. Cool. I think you can actually do I believe you can do window.open with no URL bar. I think it's possible. And Limotes is saying, I learned 95% of my development skills outside of school, yet I have a CS degree. I mean, it's similar for me because one of my first jobs was actually doing desktop development. So I was writing C# and doing desktop stuff. And I worked with a lot of devs that were doing high-performance computing, C++ stuff. And then eventually, I just taught myself web development. I mean, I was already a software developer, but I wanted to build websites, and I taught myself that stuff. So yeah. And it's true. Yeah, I agree with this wholeheartedly. Like, having people of different backgrounds in the workplace and on your team just makes for a much more interesting and diverse, like, first of all, place to work. Like, it's nicer to be around people that aren't all the same, but also the kinds of ideas that arise from people that didn't all have the exact same schooling and haven't all been taught the exact same things. You can arrive at much more, I mean, I would say like innovative solutions. Like, people that haven't been in the industry all their life think differently and have different ways of approaching problems. And I think that's great to have on a team and to have as a resource, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shout out to C# Fritz as well. He rated us last time, but I didn't have my shout out bot going. But he does a ton of .NET and C# stuff on stream as well. Nice. Cool. Oh yeah, I didn't know did we raid you or something? Your name looks familiar, Parasocial Meta Learning. Regardless, shouts out. I didn't know you streamed. Cool. Yeah, and thanks for being here, Learn with Leon. Appreciate you. The app for managing my layout. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose or not, but I literally just released a YouTube video, so Let's talk about that for a second. I just made a YouTube video on 3 apps that I use every single day. One of them is Rectangle. That's the one that lets me do this, like arrange my windows however I want with keyboard shortcuts. And is that what you mean by layout? Because I link to it and I talk about it in that video. Yeah. It's called Rectangle. I struggle with algorithms. Do I know any good resources that help? There was a GitHub repo. If you just search for GitHub JavaScript algorithms, you should find it. It's one of the first results. Yeah, this is it. And this has not every possible, any data structure or algorithm that's even talked about, like in a computer science course, they list it here. If you go into it, I believe they give a description of like what it is, what it's useful for, and then they actually have test suites where you could implement your own version of it and make sure that they pass all the tests. So this repo is great. Thank you, Moist Hat. Appreciate you. All right. Well, I'm slowly catching up, but then we're going to say hi to everyone. Yeah, we made it. Cool. Let's say hi. If you want to say hi to me in the chat, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hiya, sup, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, vohiyo, bogahay. Say any one of these things, and I will acknowledge you. But we're going to go back in time to 58 minutes ago when Mark was the very first person to say hello. So hello, Mark. Welcome in. What's up, Mark Boots? And Gilajar and Cesar and Mikus, and hello, the She-Boss and American 2050, and hello, Coding Garden fan, who's just spreading the Coding Garden love all over Twitch. What's up, Limotes and Fun Planet, and Arjit and Acid Spark, and Irving Kamal, and Stas, and hello, Sir Davos, and Sequel Gordster, and Ivo, and Pranian, and Klaus Dev, and Drop Mania, and Casion, and Metalb, and Wicked, and Cute Pony, and Ryan the Pro, and Dinafarb, and Arkudent, and Osama, and It's Not Dig, hello, what's up, Sobix, and Sam, and Auto Magic, and Sarah, and No Existence, and Stony Eagle, and Default, and Yap, and Afro, and Rami, and Art Bajan, and Farshid, and One Computer Guy, and Naito Phyto, what's up, Cat and Jack, and Mr. ABCDB, and Levi, and Ched, and Kerm, and Tausi, and Limitless, what's up, Chris Griffin, and Lou, and Yash, and Jacoby, and the Shadow Lad, and Geek Label, and Into the Space, and Wucha, and Windowser, and Heck, and Moist Hat, and Terawatt Hour, hello, what's up, Root Felon, and Limaraz, and D's a Lot, and Bosses of Sauce, and Cade Bud, and Tank Shakur, and Siraj, and Miro, and Pohetan, and Booby, and Brooklyn Dev, what's up, Sid Codes, and Undefined, and Winston, and Mr. Bot, and Ex Palma, and Rafael Fragoso, thank you for the bits, who says, I'm a huge fan. I'm starting a channel because of yours. Cheers, mate. Say hello to Brazil. Hello, Brazil. How do you say hello in Portuguese? I'm going to try my best. Hello. Do I have to choose Brazilian Portuguese? Or is it the same if I just say, oh, hola.
Hola.
Hola. Or oi. Cool. Hola to Brazil. Welcome in, everyone. What's up, Hot Creasy, and Anna, and Delta Time, and Oguz, Hane Dene, and King Coding, and Achira, and Devim, and Kid President, and Look2, and Super Hans, and Benit, and Captain Sakay, and Percy, and Aoki. Welcome in. Glad to see you all. In Brazil, we say oi or hola. Oi! Oi! Sofik says, according to the docs, 35.5% of CJ's energy is gone after saying hello. I think we did all right. I think we got plenty of hellos in there. Okay. Yeah. And what's up, Estralax? Nice. I haven't tried Elm, or have I? Oh, I remember. Yeah, that was a thing. I feel like people stopped talking about this. The concept of it is amazing. So let's have a quick aside. We'll talk about this, and then we'll start coding. But thank you, Irving. Yeah, I like the shirt too. If you look at it, there's a tiny little coding garden down there. Self promo. If you check out the merch, it's for sale there. Oh, you use it at your job? Nice. Like there was a while, maybe it was because there was a major release of Elm or something like that. Yeah, I'm heck of saying it. There was a solid 3-month period where you could not have a conversation without somebody talking about Elm. There's my break timer again. We're just doing all kinds of talking today. Yeah. But yeah, check out the merch. This shirt is there. We also got some mugs and stuff. But Okay, Elm is a front end framework for building web apps, but it's essentially its own language, and one of the things about it is that it it does. I don't know the best way to talk about this, but like it does type checking and build time checking so that you essentially will not have a runtime error. I don't know if it's still a thing, but they basically claimed that they've been in production without a single runtime error. And thank you, Raphael, for the bits again. Should try. Oh yeah, I've heard of you as well. I know. So we're doing all kinds of shouts out today, but shout out to our good friend Brooke Zerker. He does you. Yeah, look at that. He's been streaming with you on stream before. He's been on my stream before. He's a good dude. Check him out. But yeah, you is a way of building front end apps with Rust. Oh yeah, and also CM Griffin. He does you development as well. I don't know if he's done it recently. We're shouting out everybody. we got a nice community over here on Twitch. But yeah, you could build an app with Elm, and then because of all the build time checking, essentially the app that it results in does not have runtime errors. And so if you're not familiar with a runtime error, it's essentially like any error that would throw an error in your JavaScript console. So if you've ever been on a website and you open up the dev console and there's like red everywhere, those are runtime errors. Elm is designed in such a way that you will not get runtime errors. But so it's an interesting concept. I never picked it up, but it is interesting. Cool. How fast is my break timer? Yeah, so I have it set up for a 10-second micro break every 10 minutes. It reminds me to take my hands off the keyboard, do a quick stretch, because I have had RSIs in the past, repetitive strain injuries, where basically I didn't have any sort of break timer and I would just be typing or coding or using my mouse or playing games for hours on end. And eventually I developed a lot of pain. So one of the easiest ways to prevent that is to just take your hands off the keyboard. Like the reason RSI happens is because your hands are stay in a specific awkward position for a really long time. But if you remember to not keep them in an awkward position, you can prevent that from happening. So that's what the micro break is for. Yeah. Elm seems like the fastest way to not be able to find developers and to later need to rewrite your code. It's interesting though, because yeah, I mean, if you choose a lesser known framework or a lesser known language, it is harder to find people that can do it. I mean, typically companies in that scenario will hire people that are smart and that they know can learn on the job. But yeah. Well, I do S3 storage for this API in Deno. I don't plan on having any sort of like image storage or anything like that. Any of the user profile images will just come from the social auth, and we'll probably use like some point of interest API to get the list of places and locations. Yeah. And Hmatsi is saying Elm is super easy to learn, to be fair. I could see it, yeah. Unless you find it easier to find good devs who want to work with cool tech. But I think that's the thing. Like, if you're just starting a company and you're starting a dev team, you probably would just choose React because everybody knows React is extremely popular. You're going to have to like make a lot more decisions than just React. You're going to choose, are you going to use Next.js? Or what router are you going to use? What state management pattern are you going to use? What CSS solution are you going to use? There's a lot of other choices to make, but if you choose React, a lot of people know React. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of people use split keyboards as well, because that's the other thing. Repetitive strain injuries and preventing them is all about natural position, right? So the natural position of our hands actually is to be like this, right? Like if you look at your arm right now, there's two bones in there. I don't know what they're called, but they're in there. And when you turn your hand over to use a keyboard or to use a mouse, that is an unnatural position because one bone is like crossing over the other bone. So the ulna and the radius. So the natural position of your hand is to just be like this, I guess. So split keyboards make sense because you can kind of like type like this, and then they have those sideways keyboards or like the ergo docks where like your hands are separate and they're in a more natural position. So I use a vertical mouse to help keep my left hand in a position. And for a while, I did use a split keyboard. I didn't like it as much, and it's harder to travel with. So I just went with like a regular mechanical keyboard. But yeah. Yeah. How did you learn TypeScript? I just did it. So I come from a before I wrote C Sharp, before I wrote JavaScript, I wrote C Sharp. The creator of C Sharp created TypeScript. So TypeScript took a ton of influences from C Sharp. And so for me, it was just very natural to just start using it because I'd already used C Sharp before. But I will say, in general, the way I learn things is just by doing. I typically don't even watch a course on it, which is like, I'm going to be creating courses. So like, I am not the target on the audience for the courses I'm creating. But I typically just try to do the thing. I'll go to the docs. I'll do the least possible amount of learning to get the thing done. And then eventually, if I need to know more, I'll dive deeper. I'll maybe read more on it or something like that. But I try to do the least possible. So if I wanted to learn TypeScript right now and I didn't know it, I would just go try using it. I honestly wouldn't even read through the, and actually the TypeScript website last time I checked was really good. They have like TypeScript in 5 minutes. You could read this article and know enough TypeScript to be dangerous, especially if you already know JavaScript. Cool. Yeah, so Limeotes is mentioning posting pictures of food or events at the spots would be pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it's a stretch, and we can go ahead and start working on like a list of stretch features. These are things that are not a part of the MVP. So in software development, we have this thing, I guess software development, but also like startups and stuff. MVP stands for minimum viable product. MVP, minimum viable product. So the least amount of stuff to have actual business value. And I think I've kind of defined that here. This is our MVP. But after we get that done, we can go ham. We can do everything we want, anything we want. So someone also mentioned like social features, like comments on lists, or favoriting / starring lists, stuff like that would be really cool. Or post, like on a given list, you can post a message with a picture that says, oh, I used this list and this was a great tour of all the pizza places in New York, or something like that. What would I use for analytics? Google is super heavy. Plausible doesn't have any free tier. Any suggestions? I've really only ever used Google Analytics when we needed something like that, or in some scenarios, rolled my own, which I wouldn't recommend, but it really depends on the kind of data that you're collecting. So yeah. Yeah, but exactly, like, I'm the dev team. I can just choose whatever I want. That's why I chose Deno Fresh. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. I agree, Terawatt. I agree. Yeah. Remember when the most popular opinion was the worst one? I mean, I guess there objectively could be a worse one. But Angular is fine. It gets a lot of hate, but it's fine. I mean, I think I would say this, though, like, the fact that Angular has so many opinions, and this is similar to any other framework that has a lot of opinions, it makes it so that the developers on the team have to make less decisions and fight less about what they need to use. Now, that may or may not be a good thing. Maybe you can't hire good people because good people have too hard of opinions. But at the end of the day, like, anyone working in software is trying to deliver business value. It's less about the tech that you're using and more about the actual apps that you're building. And when there's a lot of opinions in the dev toolkit that you're using, in this case, Angular, less decisions that need to be made and more focus on delivering business value. I said it like that because I don't know. I'm sounding like I don't know. I'm gonna keep going. So keyboards look like an accordion. Yes. Like the split keyboards might look like that. Yeah. I guess you could have a collapsible one. I don't know. Oh no, and that's the thing. I'm not left-handed, but because of my repetitive strain injury and the fact that I'm right-handed, I started using a left-handed mouse so that I could use my right hand less often when I'm working. Anders Hellsberg, yeah, he created C# and TypeScript. I didn't know he created VS Code, but that makes sense. And probably a lot of other stuff too. My opinion on Golang seems cool. I've only ever done like a super simple coding challenge in Golang. I haven't used it a lot. Yeah. All right. we got to get coding. Everybody just wants to talk. Soyboy Quoter says, I just left my job as a software developer and frequently saw people going overtime, including me, to finish tasks. It really wasn't good for my schedule. Is that normal? It really depends on the company culture. I would say it's probably more normalized at startups where you're flying by the seat of your pants, you're moving fast, and you're just trying to get stuff done. I think I can say this. At larger companies, larger corporations, things move much slower. And there's more of like a corporate environment in that like work is work. There's less overtime, potentially a better work-life balance. But like I said, it completely varies by like where you're working and what you're doing. But I have known people and I've seen companies where, yeah, that's just the company culture to work overtime like that. But I think you can find a company that isn't like that, especially a larger company. Find an insurance company that has a developer team, or I don't know, name really big industries. Insurance, oil and gas, basically just be a sellout. If you're a sellout, then you probably won't have to work as much overtime. And that's not a dig on anyone in here that works in oil and gas or in insurance. They're large corporations, they pay a lot of money, and banking, it's just stuff like that. What are the prerequisites for TypeScript? Really just JavaScript, honestly. So potentially like in healthcare, working for the government, e-commerce, yeah. It's true, Moisa. I don't use so when I worked in an office, I did not use a mechanical keyboard for that very reason. I am very aware and cognizant of what I'm doing that affects other people, regardless of if I'm programming or whatever else. And a mechanical keyboard definitely affects people around me more than a regular keyboard would. After I clone the repo, how to install Deno, like npm install. So you don't need to do an npm install. You do just need to install Deno. So if you clone the repo, go to deno.land, click on install, pick which way you want to install it, and then after it's installed, you can just run Deno task start, and that will automatically install dependencies. Like I mentioned, though, you will need Docker to spin up the database, so spin up the database and then do that. And actually, I'm just going to add that to my list of to-dos. Update the README, so that anyone else trying to start the app knows how. All right, I'm 5 minutes behind on chat. Here's what I'm going to do. When I reach this message, we're going to start coding. Here we go. How does learning on the job work as a programmer? Should one learn in his or her free time or on the job? Again, this also depends on the company that you're working at, because some companies bake that into the schedule and bake that into the time allotted for the programmers working for them, and that they know that, okay, on this project, people are going to need to come up to speed, so we're going to allocate a few days a week where devs can just learn, or devs can just come up to speed on the new stack or what we're using. It may not always be that way. It may be that they actually require you to do it outside of work. But if that happens, I would bring it up with your manager, again, because that comes to the idea of work-life balance. And if you're not able to do the job within the allotted job time, that's an issue. So it could potentially be brought up. But like I said, it varies by company. I would say pretty much every company I've worked at, I've been able to learn on the job, in that I didn't have to do it outside of the job. I would say I'm probably lucky in that aspect. And then also I do just learn outside of the job because I'm passionate about it. Like what I'm doing, I mean, I'm not employed anymore, but what I'm doing right now is technically like learning outside the job, and I don't know, it's entertaining to me. But I would say you don't necessarily have to do that. There are companies where you don't have to learn outside the job. What's up, Zico? Welcome in. Do you think Elon Musk knows how to code? He probably knows like general logic, like conditionals, loops. I don't know if he knows how to like build apps. No idea. I'm curious if this is a Twitch bug, or if I have like a Frinker Faces extension that did this, but it gave this a white background. The worst part of Angular is RxJS. Yeah, I mean, RxJS is also another super interesting thing. That was another one of those things that when it came out, everyone was talking about it as well. This is like another way to think about data flow and state in your application. It doesn't necessarily have to be used with Angular. I think you could even use this with React. But it's all about data flow. So like you set up an event, like when this event happens, pipe it through these functions and then subscribe to when that function runs so we can use that latest variable. And when you think about it, it kind of is like unidirectional data flow like you would have in React, but it's very functional and chainy. Chainy, is that even a word? But like you're chaining a lot of functions and basically like data flows down and it has all these built-in ways of working with different types of data. It's interesting, but yeah, it's a whole new thing that you'd have to learn. Yeah, how would someone learn a Node.js app that you didn't make? Yeah, I know what you mean. Like it's an unfamiliar code base. Basically, someone else wrote the app, or you found a GitHub repo and you want to figure out how it works. You just go and you figure it out. So like in the case of this app that we're working on today, Fresh Spots, if this were me and I didn't write this, I would go in and just start looking at the files one by one. At first, it's going to be super overwhelming, especially if you're not familiar with the fact that this is a Fresh app or if it's a Next.js app or whatever else, but you just start somewhere. I think the other thing is typically when you're looking at a code base like that, you want to figure out how one specific thing works in that app. So what I do is I actually search the entire code base. So like, let's say I'm trying to figure out how it connects to the database. Let's search this entire code base for the word database. And so now I can see, oh, this is the file that connects to the database. I'll go in there and kind of like look at the code. This is the file that brings in environment variables. Maybe I'll go look at the code there. So basically, one step at a time. At first, it's going to be overwhelming, but you just do your best to try and target the code that you're looking for instead of being overwhelmed by all the all the code. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, like, slow build tools is an issue with pretty much all of JavaScript and tech right now, which is why that B word thing actually seems like it'd be a really good thing and speed stuff up. But yeah, just in general, builds take a long time. I would say probably, in my experience, Angular apps do usually take a lot longer to build than like React apps and stuff like that. Yeah, that white background is appearing. What's happening? What is this? It might be... I have a feeling it's my Franker Faces extension that's doing it. Yeah. Mark is saying, I'm a lefty and I can't even use the mouse with my left hand. No, it took a while to get used to. It took a while to get used to a left-handed mouse. But yeah. Be British. Never do overtime. Take all the holidays. Nice. What's up, Iron Rooms? Welcome in. Thank you, Sivaro, for that focus mode. Once I reach that message, we'll do probably like 20 minutes of focus where we're just running through our checklist and writing some actual code. And thank you, Look too. It says everybody just wants to talk because your vibe is so positive. I try my best. I'm trying to spread some positivity, really. Like, there's a lot of negativity in the world, and we're all just trying to get by. So if I can make things a bit more positive, a bit more easy, a bit more nice on everyone, I'm happy with that. If you're not working for yourself, never work for free. Yeah. And it's like, it's tricky to talk in absolutes like that because like sometimes you kind of have to, like if you want to keep your job, but then it comes down to, well, maybe you shouldn't be working there anymore. But then it comes down to, do you have the free time to prep for an interview so that you can find a new job? Or do you have to just stick at this job and do the things that you don't want to do? Life's hard. Life is hard. Is it okay to publish some job offers? I would say don't do that in here. There are dedicated communities where people are specifically looking for job offers. I thank you for asking, but I would say let's not do that here. Okay, I made it to this message. We are declaring chat bankruptcy. Okay, this is my quick break timer. And now we're gonna write some code. Life is hard. You can't just declare it. I declare bankruptcy. And again, another shout out to our good friend Clarkio. I don't know if he invented it, but he came up with the term, or I heard him say the term chat bankruptcy, where basically you reach a point where you just can't read the chat anymore. Am I wearing a child's bike helmet? Let's go with that. Yeah, I need a helmet to code, and that's what I'm doing right now. Okay. Gotta stay safe while writing TypeScript. Let's do 25 25 minutes of focus. No, but in all seriousness, this is called a brimless hat. If you search for brimless hat, you'll find it. It's basically a hat that doesn't have a brim. Okay, here we go. Awesome. All right, so if you're just joining us, what we're going to be doing today is working on this app called Fresh Spots. Essentially, you can create a list of places that you would like to share with other people. It could be a tour of the best breweries in your city, or a tour of your favorite restaurants, or all the best places to get a fried chicken sandwich, or all of the best parks. Basically, you can create a list of places, and we want to be able to log in. Logged in users need to be able to manage those lists, add new places to the list, add comments to that list, and then share that list with anyone. These are our goals. We're kind of far from them, so we're doing our best. We're working one step at a time. So we're using this thing called Deno Fresh, which is a backend framework for building applications that are server-side rendered, and also just-in-time rendered. And then we're using this library called DenoDB, which lets us connect to our database. It is an ORM, an object relational mapper. And then what we're going to be diving into today is this library DenoAuth. I've never used it, but I'm going to do my best to figure it out and get it working, and try to integrate it with Deno and Fresh and DenoDB and all that stuff. So this is our to-do list. The first thing I'm going to do is actually just update the project README. Because if you look at this README, right now it just tells people how to start the task, but I need to tell people that they need to spin up a database. So database. If using Docker, you can run Docker compose start. Run from this directory to spin up a Postgres database. The other thing we need to tell people to do first is to set up the environment variables. Environment variables. So part of creating an app that other people can use and contribute to is making it so that it's configurable depending on what environment they're in. So we created this env.sample file. And essentially, these are all the variables that are needed to get the app up and running. So we declare that we are in development, we're not in production, and then all of this information, the database name, the host, the username, the password, this is used to connect to the database, but it's actually also used by Docker to set that up as the initial settings if it's the first time you're ever spinning up that Postgres database. So what we can tell people to do is to copy the .env.sample file into .env, and we'll show people how to do that. Copy .env.sample to .env, and then we'll say update the values accordingly. And then in parentheses, we'll say, if using Docker, the values can stay as is. Great. Cool. Cool. Is there anything else anyone needs to know? Start the project. And we'll say this will install dependencies on first run. Cool. I think that's it. Real quick, can anyone in the chat tell me anything I'm missing from this README to get people up and going? And I guess the person that cloned the repo. Oh yeah, install Deno. That's a good point. Yep. And then we'll just point them to the Deno install page. All right, this is my longer break timer. When this focus mode is up, we'll take a quick 5-minute break so I can get up, stand around, or walk around. Because I've been sitting down for an hour now. Okay. This project uses Deno. Install for your OS by following the instructions. Yeah. You haven't missed much, Leonard. We have only updated the README so far. You're right. It is CP. Thank you. I believe. How does Linux work? Yeah, that was it. Okay. Totally right. Yeah, that's all you missed, Veritatas. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, okay. Hey, Mr. Oon, welcome in. Cool. I haven't tried deploying yet. No, I haven't. Okay. This looks good to me, so I'm going to push it up. I think one thing I'm going to do is mention to people that the code is in the app directory, because when you clone this down, the top level README has like the to-do list and all the features and everything. The actual code is in the app directory, and I really only did that so I could have 2 separate READMEs. And possibly if we have, I don't know, like a separate front end, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why I created a separate directory, but we're going to keep it that way for now. And I'll just mention it right here. So this is the to-do, and then right above that, we'll say the code is in the app. And thank you, Cadmoon. Thank you for that prime. Yeah. Directory. See the README there for setup directions. Cool. I think we're good to go. This is our to-do list. We just updated the README. Next, we're going to update .env, but I'm going to push this up to GitHub for now, so anybody that wants to try it out can do that. So we updated that. What did we update here? Nothing. Nothing has changed. And then we updated that README. Okay. So I'm going to add all the stuff. Those are the things that have changed. Do we have a license file in here yet? If not, I'm going to add it. No, we don't. So all of this is going to be under the MIT license. I use this NPM global module called license, where I can just specify what license I want, and it will generate it and put it in the folder. So that created this license file here. So it's just the MIT license with Coding Garden on it. So that's good. Update README and add license. Cool. Push it up to GitHub. And then now, you too can clone the project down if you really want to. It's early on. We still have a lot of stuff to add. But if you want to try following along, you technically could. But this looks good to me. So the code is in the app directory. I can click it. We get the README here. Looks fine. All right. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to update our dependency on .env. So a minute ago, I showed you that we have this env file that has some configuration stuff inside of it. Essentially, this allows anyone using this code base to specify what these variables should be. But we also need a way of bringing those into our code base so that way we can actually use them. If you look in the utils folder, we created this file called config.ts. And this essentially reads all those values in from our .env and then loads them onto a typed object so that way we can use that object throughout our code base. Before I update the dependency, I'm noticing a lot of like errors here, and that's really because it's not using the Deno extension. So if you clone this code base down, you're going to want the Deno extension here. And actually, I think the reason is I don't have Deno open inside of the app folder, because the app folder has I don't have VS Code open inside of the app folder. So I'm going to leave this instance of VS Code open so I can work on my checklist. and then I'm actually going to go into the app directory and then open VS Code in there, and I'm hoping that Deno actually picks up all the settings, and then it knows that this is a Deno project, and I don't get all those weird linter errors. Cool. All right. Good to go. So the one thing that I wanted to fix was this, because if you watched last time, we were trying to figure out how do we get .env variables in here, and we found this package, but this is not a core package. So any dependency you see that's coming from deno.land is just a package that somebody else wrote. And if you look on the Deno website, under third-party modules, this is where you would find all of those. But if you click on standard library, these are the officially supported packages. And the one that I didn't find last time is .env. So what I want to do is I want to have a dependency on this one from the standard library instead of an external dependency. And the reason being is pretty much in coding, you always want to use the standard library if you can, because it's going to be the most supported. It's going to be the one that most people use, most people are used to. So I would much prefer to use the standard library one versus using this third-party module. Okay, so we've imported it in. Now we need to just read their docs to figure out how to use it. So set up a .env, import the configuration, and use the config option. Cool. And so now I should be able to do mod.config, and I also want to await it. So this is the interesting thing about Deno, is it's like latest and greatest JavaScript features. You get top-level await. I mean, you technically can do that in the latest node. That is a thing. ES 2022 introduced top-level await. But you can do it inside of Deno because it is the latest and greatest, so that's awesome. And that's all we need. That's great. So let's try restarting our app. So if I do Deno task start, it's going to need to download the standard library, but it didn't pull my .env in for some reason. We'll need to figure that out. But this is something that I actually set up last time. So one of the things about having a project that other people might be working on is you want to make sure that they have all of the configuration correct before even starting up. So one of the things I do is if you're missing any one of these environment variables, I instantly just crash the app. It's like, hey, you're missing this, please fix it. And because that loading didn't work, it's missing, so I still need to fix it. Let's see. Did I miss something? I think I need export set to true. Yeah. This is what I need. I need it's similar to the other project we were using. Essentially, this loads them in, but it doesn't actually put them onto the environment variables that I have access to. So if I pass in right here, export, and this is an example of TypeScript helping me out. It's like, hey, yeah, that's a thing. If I set it to true, that should take all of those environment variables from the .env, apply them to my environment, so that way when I run deno.env.get, they actually exist. So now with that, there we go. So it actually was able to load them in, and it has the values. For now, I am logging the config here, just to show what values got loaded. I think I might do that only if there's an error. Yeah, so if there was an error loading, I'll show you what did get loaded. Cool, so now it just starts up. Awesome, so that's another thing we can check off the to-do list. We now have a dependency on .env. I just thought of one other cleanup issue. Use source maps everywhere. So one of the other things we did was we have a dependency on DenoDB. And you can see the DB setup in this file. But you can see I'm importing from DenoDB. But the reason it knows what that is because of this file called import map. And so this essentially allows me to specify what do I want to import it as, and what does that import point to. And so we set that up so that way we didn't have to specify this string because we are requiring Deno DB in multiple places. And we ran into an issue last time where the latest version 1.0.4, was actually broken. It might be fixed, but it was broken last time. So because we wanted this specific version, we would have had to specify that version in every file that imported it in. But by putting it here, we don't have to do that. Now we can just say Deno DB, and it looks at that file and knows we're pointing to that specific version. But there are multiple places I was referencing it that I didn't update it. So if I search my whole code base for Deno DB, we can see that in the interface that I created for the config, I still have that import to the URL, and I really should update this to be just this so that it looks at the source map or the import map. Cool. Cool. So that saved that. File change, restart. Awesome. So that's another cleanup issue. Cool. All right, now we're into Deno Auth. We got about 10 minutes. Let's spend 10 minutes figuring out Deno Auth. Yeah, the thing is, I might have to, and yeah, Terawatt Hour is saying figure it out by yourself. I might have to basically just implement the OAuth flow for the apps that we want to, or for the social auth that we want to integrate. And that's totally possible because OAuth is essentially just HTTP requests, and Deno can do HTTP requests. So that's what Terawatt is asking me to do. I'm still going to look into Deno Auth just because one of the things that would be fun to do is to actually contribute to it. So if we take a look at Deno Auth, right now they don't support Twitch. So we check it out. Here it is. And right now they only have Discord, GitHub, Google, LinkedIn, and Spotify. And if this works, we could also make a pull request here to add the Twitch integration. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna try it out. Okay, so let's try using this library. So I need to import a specific client from Deno Auth, and then they do code.processAuth with the URL. Yeah, but let's try it. Yeah, and so I mean that's do we have their website? We pulled it up a second ago. That's one of the things about social auth is that it is just HTTP requests. Like I mentioned earlier, some of the other auth libraries are like integrated with Oak, so the code depends on the fact that you're actually using Oak, whereas this looks like it's kind of just separated into its own like request function. So let's try it out. So we need to initialize a new object. We're going to do Discord auth, I think. I think that's the one that makes the most sense for the audience that's watching right now. Or we could do GitHub auth. I don't think I want GitHub auth on a website about places to visit though. So we'll do Discord. We're going to do Discord. Oh, you can't copy and paste the code on their website. We'll find the one in Deno land. Okay, so this is what I want to do. Hey, they have it for me. That's good. And let's figure out where we're going to set that up in our app. I think I'm going to put it in the utils directory for now. In a bit, we might figure out a better place to put it, and then I'll move it. So I'm going to create a new file. For now, let's just call this OAuth.ts. We're going to want to create an instance of GitHub client. We're going to need to import that in from Deno Auth. And I guess that is a tricky thing about not doing like an npm install. I don't get type completion yet because it hasn't installed that dependency. So I'm gonna do. I mean, I can pretty much assume that we're gonna get GitHub client from there. So that's fine. And I want to actually run this file. Let's take a quick stretch. So yeah, I want to run this file just to see what we get back and see if it's working, and I want to download that dependency so that way we can get type completion. Pronin is saying, going to right click and say source action share command palette. What can Deno do? Cache dependencies. Nice. Okay, now I should get type complaint. Thank you for that, Pronian. Cool. Yeah. So if I type git, and then now I see that there is a GitHub client. Cool. So we're creating an instance. I am going to need to go create an app on like in GitHub so I can get a client ID and a secret. But these are going to come from my .env. So we'll be able to set that up. So if you give me 1 second, I'm going to go to my GitHub settings, create a project so we can get a client ID and a client secret. The GitHub settings page changed. I couldn't. Oh, here it is. Developer settings. Okay. So on GitHub, once you're logged in, go to your settings and then scroll all the way to the bottom. There's a section called developer settings, and then we want OAuth apps. So once you click on that, that's going to let you create a new app, and you'll have a client ID and secret. So we're going to call it Fresh Spots. I just have to be very careful to not reveal my secrets. For now, our homepage is just localhost. Oh, I did. Did I do Discord? I copied GitHub, but I wanted to do Discord. You're totally right. Let's do Discord. So never mind. Don't even do this. Cancel that. Let's figure out a way to create a Discord OAuth. I was like, why am I doing GitHub? Yeah, Discord developer portal. Cool. And then I want to register a developer application. Yeah, and then I need to log in. Don't scan that QR code because then I would have full access to your Discord account. So don't scan it. I'm going to leave it on the screen just so you don't scan it. Don't scan that. Do not scan that. That would literally give me full access to your Discord account. Give me a second. Scanning. No, don't. Cool. So I'm logged in. I want to create a new app called Fresh Spots. And then let's see if I can show you this. Yeah, it's awesome. So I went into the developer settings, created an app called Fresh Spots, which is what this is called. I have a client ID, and then I have to click this to reveal the secret. But I can use this for now. So what I need to do is over here in my, I'm going to do it in the .env sample first, is we want a Discord client ID. That's going to be that. And then we'll also have a Discord client secret. And then that's something you'll need to get. Insert value here. And actually, this is something that I wouldn't want to put in my env.sample. Because any developer that pulls this code down would need to create their own app. And then when we deploy to production, that's going to have one specific client ID and secret that we use. Cool. So that's in the sample. Let's put it in the real .env. And now I have to be very careful to not display this anymore on stream. I believe there's an extension I can install that hides it. Let me look for that really quick. env cloak or something like that? Cloak. Didn't a Twitch streamer create this? Oh no, John Papa. He's the pizza guy. No, he's the Angular guy. I don't know if he's still in the Angular world, but John Papa was huge for Angular JS. Okay, so we have that. Cloak. Hide secrets. Nice one. You can't see me, my secrets. Okay. And if we go to cloak, show secrets. Nice. That John Papa, he's a good dude. Okay, let me hide my screen. Let me grab the client secret. Ooh, I have to put my two-factor authentication. That's pretty nice. Do I trust this extension? Yes. Yeah, the client ID is public. That I am allowed to show. Or not allowed, but that I can show without risking anything. The client secret is the thing that you don't want to reveal to the world. Cool. Because it's secret. Yeah, you get it. Okay. Make sure I don't console log the environment variables. Oh yeah, you're totally right. That actually would reveal it. I mean, the nice thing about this is I can actually go in here and click. If it's revealed within 5 seconds, I could go reset the secret, and then you wouldn't have access to it anymore. Okay, now that we've added it to the .env, let's add it to our config type. So if we go to our interfaces, essentially what we did is we set up a type for all the configs and stuff that we need in our app. I'm going to add one here for OAuth, and I'm going to add a section called Discord. And it's going to have a property ID, which is a string, and it's going to have a property secret, which is also a string. Cool. And then later on, if we add others, we can just add another object to this type. But for now, we just have Discord. Now, we should be getting an error in our config loader for this type because we're missing the loading of OAuth. I think I might have spelled it wrong in the interface. No, I spelled it right. Okay. Oh, I need a comma, though. Comma. OAuth. Great. And then I need Discord. We have the... yeah, the secrets are hidden. you shouldn't be able to see them. And Eddie, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. No comment? No comment. Okay, so we have Discord. We need TypeScript. Tell me what to do. I mean, I think I can remember now. We need the... did I just call it ID? I'm going to call it client ID. Let's go back to that type and call this client ID. Though I thought it would be redundant if we then do client secret. I'm going to call both of these client ID and client secret just so from a developer perspective, it makes sense as to what those things are because they correspond exactly to the client ID and client secret. This. Okay. So client ID is going to be deno.env.get Discord client ID. Client. Well, thank you, Eddie. No comment. You make me speechless. Client secret. Cool. And then I'm getting a TypeScript error because it's possible that this environment variable was not defined. And if that's the case, I'm just going to set it to the empty string. However, I need to update my error handling code because right now it's just checking config.db. And I want to check basically any property that has like nested objects. Yeah. How do you add a strike in Markdown? I think it's the tildes. That really is off topic. That's actually a good point, but Josie, if we use a validation library, we can create our entire schema and then just validate it without having to do this. I like that. Let me add it to the to-do list, and that'll be the next thing that we do. As you can see, there's just a ton of setup we need to do before we even actually write the code. But I like this idea. Config schema validation. I think we'll do that after we figure this out, because for now we don't need it, but really we need a to-do right here. To-do. Make sure these variables are set. In parentheses, use a schema validator. Cool. Awesome. So now those should be loaded in. I am going to stop logging my config to the console because I don't want to reveal them. But we should have a Discord client ID and a Discord client secret. Now I can create an instance of a Discord client. One more stretch, one more little piece of code before we take a break. Yeah, they have the node coalesce, but honestly, I haven't The or empty string makes sense to me. I don't know why I would need the null coalesce operator. So that's the question mark operator. You technically can do this. And I guess that would make sense if the left-hand side could resolve to null. But really, if the left-hand side is undefined or null or empty, then it gets loaded in, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody has a good argument for the null coalesce over or. There's probably a good specific use case. Okay, we don't want GitHub client anymore. We want Discord client. And I am not getting any not getting any autocomplete for that. So let's look at their library. We'll look at mod. It does export Discord client, and it version 1.0.6. Ah, okay. This entire library is a bit of a mess because in their docs they're importing version 1.0.5, and so I copied that, and now I don't have Discord client, but it's because Discord client was added in 1.0.6. So honestly, to do PR Deno Auth to fix Readme. Okay, and then now let's install this dependency. Cool, so now we do have Discord client, and we can say Discord object is a new Discord client with all of those. Great. And then right here, we can bring in our config. So we can say a config.oauth.discord.client ID. And then this didn't give me any autocomplete, but I can import it. So I want to import config from in this directory config.ts. Great. Now we should get some type completion on this one. config.oauth.discord.client secret. Great. We need to update the token URI and the redirect. Let's do that. See what we get, and then I'm going to take a quick break because I've been coding for over an hour now. Well, talking for a while, coding for like 30 minutes. We can see, I think on their website they have an example of what those URLs should be. Yeah, discord.com/API/OAuth2. /token. Discord.com/API/OAuth2/token. Great. And then the redirect we get to define, and I actually will be creating a backend route that can handle that redirect. So really what we need here is to like parameterize this to use something like config dot host port path. Someone give me a variable name. What should we call localhost 3000? What should this be in our config? Base URL? Yay. Okay, that's okay. Foo. Yeah, we do need to change this to Discord, but we get to define it. Let's call this base URL. I like that. So if we say something like config.base URL plus that, now we need to define base URL in our type and on here. So base URL is going to be that. And actually not even that. I mean, what port are we starting on by default? 8000. We probably should make port an environment variable as well. Oof. If we look at main, is this where the port is set? I think so. Yeah, you could use a template literal. Though I would make a case that variable plus string is actually pretty readable. and technically less characters than a template string. But yeah, I will convert that to a template string. Okay, I'm gonna hardcode 8,000 for now, but again, this is another to-do. To-do, update to use parameterized port. And then we need to put base URL in the config type. So right here, config, base URL is a string. And then we could also grab that from Deno. Base URL. Not from Deno, from our .env. And so that way, if someone didn't define it, we default to localhost 8000. Yeah, thank you. Exclamation mark theme will get you the VS Code theme. Let's go ahead and add this in here. Base URL. Like that. Oh, I'm gonna click on my .env. It's hidden. Nice. That's so cool. Yeah, let's see. Is it hidden? Cool. And yeah, I'll move that to the top just to be consistent. All right, we're making progress. Or are we? All of this is just setup and config. But we got a base URL now. Awesome. Let's go ahead and make this a template string because we are TypeScript, JavaScript programmers. You're probably right, the Sheboss. I think I installed one like a similar to-do extension a while back. What's it called? To-do highlight. I'm gonna get it. Duke of Earl. Like base of Earl? Duke of URL. To-do. No. Yeah, to-do. To-do highlight. Hey, 2 million installs. Let's get it. Nice, look at that. Now I really know that I got work to do. I think I used to have better comments as well. To-do is fine. To-do is fine. Okay, so that loads that. Then we log it out. Let's see what we get logged now. Oh, well, this file is not being used anywhere, so it's not actually being run. For now, let's just call it in the home page. So on the home page, we're going to import OAuth from utils slash OAuth. And then an interesting thing about Deno that's not the same as Node.js is when you import something in, it actually doesn't run the code until it's referenced. So we kind of got to, right, for now, just do like a little hacky thing where we log it. Eventually, we will be using it. There's no export. Export default Discord object for now. Again, this is temporary because we wouldn't just export that alone. And so now this is actually going to be the loaded Discord object. Let's see what we get. Awesome. And I've revealed my client secret. So give me a second while I reset it, and then I'm going to take a break. And right now, there's not really much that you could do with that client secret. That didn't take long. Yeah, I know. All right. Okay. Great. No, I swear to you, it's not that big a deal. It's not. But it makes for good Twitch content because people freak out, and that's pretty fun. But yeah, I've reset it. Now you can't use it. But I bet you someone just clipped it right now. They just clipped it, and they're like, oh, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. Let's do that. Cool. No, I knew it would happen, but I did just want to see that it actually worked, and it did. Okay, so I can show this client secret now because... now leak it again. No, I removed the console log. Though I actually was very close to leaking it. Okay, so what we've done so far is we installed the Deno Auth library. We created an instance of a Discord strategy. We set up all of the properties that it needs. And also we did all of the plumbing required to to do it nicely. In that we're actually loading these values from an environment variable. We're loading this value from an environment variable, all that good stuff. This is the old one. This is not the new one. It's okay to show this one. And at this point, we can now read their docs to see, okay, how do you get a redirect URL based on someone trying to log in or something like that? Or if somebody did get redirected, how can you use the state variable and the maybe like the ID variable to then request the next thing in the process? But that's what we'll have to do next, is to basically get some routes set up so that somebody could try logging in with Discord. What's a circular one? It's a circular dependency. So that's just how they've decided to log it. So like Discord client dot code dot client points back to itself for some reason. And that's just the way they've written their code, is that this nested object called code references client, which is an instance of the client itself. So it looks like it's a circular reference. That's a good point, Leonard. I tried to see if it would show. I don't plan on showing my .env on screen again. All right, I know. I ended that break timer sooner than that. Wrong scope. Oh, we'll figure out what scopes we need when we get back. I think I really do just want. I think I also might need like the profile scope and everything else. Let's add a to do. Figure out scopes. And then the Sheboss did mention to-do tree. Before I go on break, I always am postponing my breaks. It's really a bad thing to do. But like, I guess the thing is, as a content creator, as a Twitch streamer, when you take breaks, you lose viewership, right? So I am not incentivized to take breaks, but I need to take a break after installing To-Do Tree. It actually has less installs than To-Do Highlight. I think To-Do Tree is definitely the one that I've installed before. And that one actually adds, I believe... I do love you all. I like being here. I should have taken a break. Where is... Oh, it gets its own tab. I thought it used to be down here, but yeah, look at that. So this is To-Do Tree is sweet. Once you've installed it, you can actually see all of the to-dos in what file they're in. So like later on, this could be our task list. We could go in here and do the thing. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'll leave you with a video while I'm gone. But when I come back, we got even more stuff to do. So we're gonna try to get Discord OAuth working when I get back. And what video should I leave you with? That's funny, Veritatas. They uninstalled the extension because there were just too many to-dos. Yeah. Do I even have any quick 5-minute videos? I feel like the HTTP one is the only like somewhat short video. It's 7 minutes. The jQuery one is like 30 minutes long. 40 minutes long. Okay, I'll play like the first...
Hello, friend.
Play the first 5 minutes of this, and then if you're interested in it, you could go back and watch it later. Cocoa Melon? What's Cocoa Melon, Terawatt? Skip to the middle? Okay, I'll find a very interesting spot in this video. Too many to-dos, uninstall the extension. Why can't I minimize with a keyboard shortcut? My newer videos aren't as coding focused. But let's find a good spot in this video.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this somewhat short video, I am going to build a very basic version of jQuery to kind of talk about what jQuery does and demystify it a little bit. This was a suggestion from Alka, who is an awesome person, a mod on the channel. He's the maintainer of TMI.js. You should check him out. Go to twitch.tv.
First, just define what is this $sign. Yeah, there's Alka. He's in the chat. So what is this $sign? We'll talk about what that is. We'll also talk about how a function can do different things with different parameters. So if you've used jQuery before, you might have noticed that you can... Seems fine. I'm just going to let you watch from the beginning of the video. All right, but I'll be back in 5 minutes. You too, if you're not going to watch this video, go drink some water, stand up, walk around, call your mom, do something. I'll be back soon. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this somewhat short video, I am going to build a very basic version of jQuery to kind of talk about what jQuery does and demystify it a little bit. This was a suggestion from Alka, who is an awesome person, a mod on the channel. He's the maintainer of TMI.js. You should check him out. Go to twitch.tv/Alka. But what we're going to do is first just define what is this $sign. Yeah, there's Alka. He's in the chat. So what is this $sign? We'll talk about what that is. We'll also talk about how a function can do different things with different parameters. So if you've used jQuery before, you might have noticed that you can call it and pass in different things. I'll talk about how that works. And then we're going to use proxies to implement .css on a node list, and we'll get there. And then after that, I'll point you to you might not need jQuery.com, which shows you how you would do things in jQuery versus how you can do them in vanilla JavaScript that mostly work across browsers. So first of all, jQuery. If you're a web developer, you've probably heard of it. If you're a new web developer, you might not have used it, but this was very prevalent on the web. It's still very prevalent on the web, but this is a library that's used to basically manipulate the DOM, create web pages. And so just to show you how it works, I'm actually going to add jQuery to a web page, and we'll use jQuery really quick to do some things. So we have jQuery from a CDN. Let's go ahead and just create a basic file. So I'm going to create a folder, we'll say with jQuery. And inside of there, I will create an index.html. Inside of here, we're going to add the link to the real jQuery. So in this file, we're using the real jQuery. All right. And then right here, I'm just going to have a div. Well, let's do like an h1 that says hello world. It should be good enough. All right. And then I'm going to add a script. We're going to call this app.js. And that's where we're going to write our code. So in here, I'll create app.js. And I will do the first thing that you probably have done with jQuery. Now, there are a couple of different ways to do this, but basically jQuery is a $sign. And you can, if you invoke it with a function, this is known as the jQuery ready function. Now, there are a couple of ways to do this. And actually, let me disable my linter because it's going to complain about a lot of things. Sorry, so no linter, but there's different ways to do this. You could do $ready, different ways, but basically if you pass in a function, this is the document ready function. And inside of here, we'll say document is ready. And basically this function will get stored behind the scenes, and then whenever we're able to manipulate the DOM, whenever everything's done loading, this function will run and we can do all of our coding. So let's go ahead and start this up. So I'm going to go into this folder, and I'm going to use a tool called Light Server. This is just a static file server, but it automatically refreshes when the code changes. So we see hello world, and we can see right here, document is ready. Now, let's do some interesting things. So what jQuery allows you to do is select elements on the page. So let's say I wanted to select this h1. I could use jQuery. I could say $sign. I can pass in h1. And that will select the h1 on the page, and then I can do interesting things with it. I could do CSS with it. I could say set the color property to red, and that should change it to red when the page loads. Right? Great work. I could also do things like select the h1, and then whenever we click on it, do something interesting. And in this case, I'm just going to alert. Can I do this? Is it an unordered list? So if I do $sign with, oh no, we'll do green.css because this is good. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a new file. And, well, not a new file. I'm going to create a new folder. We'll call it custom jQuery. Comic Sans. Oh yeah, you could do like a pin to. I won't worry about. Thank you, Doc. And what's up, Doc? I won't worry about that mainly because I just want to show how we can get all of this working. But that's a good point. And like I mentioned, there's a ton more you can do with jQuery, but I'm just going to show how would we write the code to make this work. So we're going to create a new file, index.h. Actually, I'm just going to copy. I'm going to copy both of these files without jQuery. We're going to put them in this folder called custom jQuery, but the thing that we're going to do is I'm going to remove the jQuery CDN, right? So now, if I start this up, it's going to load, let me make sure I have the right file open. Yeah, it's going to load this file, but it's going to break because we don't have jQuery anymore. And can anyone tell me, yeah, it's an HTML element. Can anyone tell me what will happen if I try to run this code without jQuery? If I run this code without jQuery, what is the error I'm going to get? If you can tell me that, you get 100 invisible points. Yeah, it'll break, but what's the error I'm going to get? $sign is not defined. Yeah. Or it's similar. It'll probably be cannot invoke undefined, or undefined is not a function. Yeah, something like that. So let's do it. So I'm going to kill this one. And then we're going to go into custom jQuery. And we'll start up the server here. And if we open up the DevTools, $sign is not defined, right? So I took out jQuery. An ID10T error. Yeah, I mean, not really, because we'll fix it. But I took out the jQuery library. So now, my bank does it. There literally is, there's no money. There's no money on the page. Money is not defined. How can we make it defined? And this comes to our first point here is, what is $sign? Now, when we look at this code, $sign, if you've looked at JavaScript before, $sign is just a function, right? We see the $sign. Anytime we're looking at the $sign, we pretty much always see these parentheses, right? It's a function. It's also cash money. But in this case, it's a function. And that's the first thing that I'm going to show you, is that you can literally create variables that are called $sign. So I'm going to create a new file here. Called garden query.js. This is the coding garden. I don't know. But in this file, and let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and Doc is pointing us to the documentation that shows you all the different things that you can pass into jQuery. So first of all, we'll ignore my linter, but then I will literally define $sign. So wait, get rid of that. Get docked. Yeah. Doc is awesome. All right, so I can literally do that. If you've never seen this before, your mind might be blown, but I can literally name a function $sign. That's one way, or actually you don't need that. So that's one way to do it. We could do it the modern way of putting it in an arrow function. So we could also do something like this. Both of these will work. Let's do it this way. We'll do it this way. So I have literally defined a function called money, called $sign. And now if I add this script file to my page, so I'm going to add it right above app.js. So I'm going to add in garden query. Now the page doesn't break. There are only certain emojis that work as variable names, but the code doesn't break, but it also doesn't work. So let's get it working. We can see in this code that the first thing we're doing to $sign is we're passing in a function. And so let's get that working. So we can, basically what we need to do is we need to look at the arguments that are passed into this $sign, because the $sign is called in multiple different ways. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the rest operator. We're going to call this args. And I'm going to say if args at 0, if the type of that is a function, then we know that we have the document ready function. So I'm going to say my ready function is going to be args at 0. And then I need to listen for when the document is ready. So what I'm going to do is I'll say document.add event listener dom content ready. I think that's the event I want. But what I'll do is I'll say whenever the DOM content is ready, I need to invoke that ready function, just like that. And now we should at least see this line of code. Document is ready. Let's see. Let's also log args. Make sure that that's happening. Yeah, so args is an array, and if let's log the type of args at 0. Uh-oh. Yeah, we'll fix it. We'll get it working. It is a function. All right. And then we're adding an event listener for DOM content ready. This just might be wrong. Lowercase content? Let's look it up. DOM content ready. DOM ready? Document ready. We basically need the name of the event. Is it document ready? Document.ready state. Did I do DOM? Oh, DOM content loaded. Thank you. That's what it is. It's DOM content loaded, not DOM content ready. But basically, this event is built into the web browser. And so document is also built into the web browser. These are all things we can do without a separate library. So we're listening for DOM content loaded, then we'll call the ready function. This should do it. DOM content is ready. Nice. Okay, so we got that line of code working. Yeah. Hello? I'm back. I'll be back in like one more minute, but I'll link this video if you want to keep watching it, because basically I take that code that's broken and make it work by implementing all the things. There is no normal function overloading. Basically, you have to look at the arguments to decide what you want to do. And so that comes to our next point is, so first of all, what is $? It's just a variable. It's just a function. You can literally put whatever you want in it, and jQuery just so happened to have put a function inside of it. Now, how can a function do different things with different parameters? So we can see in the code, we pass in a function, and that works. Alan, with the 200 bits, thank you very much. But we passed in the function, works just fine. Now, how can we get this working? So basically, if we pass in a string, it needs to be a selector. And like I mentioned, in jQuery, there are other things you can do. You can also pass in an HTML string, and then it actually creates the element. For this scenario, we're just going to worry about the case of selecting. So what we'll do now is we'll say else if the type of the arguments at 0 is equal to a string, then that means we're going to do a selector. So, all right, I'm back. We literally lost over 100 viewers just because I went on break. I'm sure some of them will trickle back in, but I did see a comment earlier that it's like, yeah, Twitch does not at all incentivize breaks. I mean, I guess it's true for most things. Most people are playing games. I mean, a lot of people will sit down and play games for like 8 hours straight without a break. But I don't know. I don't know. Does it really matter? Does the number of viewers really matter? Maybe a little. Maybe a little. I think at the end of the day, we got ourselves a nice community here because of 400 or so of you still stuck around, and I appreciate that. Cool. This. Arrow functions were not around when jQuery was invented. jQuery was invented before ES5. So ES5 was ECMAScript version 5, and that added quite a. I believe it was before ES5. I believe, but jQuery was essentially invented to smooth all the browser differences into a single API. So it used to be that the way you set, I mean, I don't know all the specifics, but you can think about it like this. The way you set the style of an element in Netscape was different than the way you set it in Internet Explorer or in Safari. And so jQuery essentially hid all the implementation details under this $, so that the same code could run in any web browser. So yeah, jQuery is a very good and interesting thing. And then eventually, browsers got better at supporting the latest features, and like now we're in a world where like the latest Firefox, the latest Chrome, the latest Edge, are like they're pretty much staying really close and up to date with the latest features. So yeah. Yeah, and then browsers started to standardize, which made less reason to add jQuery. And also, more things were added to the browser APIs, like document.querySelector was added later on, which was inspired by jQuery. Okay, did I link the video? Yeah, the video's there if you want to keep watching it. Let's collect our thoughts and keep writing some code. So if you're just joining us, actually I need to update the title. Ooh, cool. So, if you're just joining us, we are working. Oh, that's my. I don't know if you heard that. Okay, that was my footstep, my footstand. We're working on this app called Fresh Spots. It does a thing, but ultimately we're trying to get login working right now, and we're using this library called Deno Auth. So that's where we're at. We're essentially implementing Deno. We're essentially implementing OAuth with Discord inside of our Deno Fresh app. And at this point, this is what we've got. We've loaded up this Discord client, and Nookie Poo, thank you very much for the bits. Now we need to actually do the auth piece. First of all, let's figure out scopes. So if we search for Discord OAuth scopes, we can try and figure out what scopes we want to request. Yeah, so we want the OAuth 2 scopes. And we specifically want something about a profile, something about the user. Enhance. Email. Do we want the email? I don't think we want the email. I think we just want the user ID and profile. Yeah, as little as, that's a good point, Ingriffin. As little as possible is a good policy, because a lot of times if you add OAuth to your app and you're asking for someone's email, you're asking for like permissions to add stuff to their profile and stuff like that, people are going to be less likely to sign in. And Monster, thank you for the bits, who says, the man, the myth, the legend. Appreciate you. Yeah, and so, I mean, I've done this in the past where, like, I do get the email, so that way, if you log in with Twitch, and then later on you log in with Discord, if you use the same email, I just merge the profiles. However, I think one of the issues with Discord is that it includes the email, but you also need to check a property that is email verified. Whereas other services only have an email if they have been verified. I think I want identity. I think that's the way to go. We'll just go with identity for now. We'll get it working, and then we'll figure out if we really want the email. But the thing is, like, Google, typically they have a Gmail account, and the Gmail account is what they give you for the Google OAuth. So it's like, couldn't you assume that the email provided for someone logging in with Google is verified because it's their Gmail account? I don't know. The issue is, like, there was an exploit a while back where Discord, and I think multiple apps had this exploit, where Discord didn't verify the email, so someone created a new account using the email of someone else, didn't verify it, and then logged in and got their social profile merged with another social profile that did use that email and was verified. So we could get around that if we actually did make sure that we had all the right verifications and everything else. For now, we'll just use identity, and I will add it to do. Maybe request email, ... We'll see. Cool. So that should be all I need there. Now, if we look at the Deno Auth docs, there should be a way of... essentially, we need to redirect a given user to Discord so that they can click allow and log in. There should be a way to generate that redirect URL, I believe. And let's see. Yeah, so code.createLink. So if I do Discord object .code.createLink, this should generate a login link, and then we need to redirect somebody there. And so actually, I'm gonna actually just do this in one of my routes. So let me actually export an object. So I'm going to export, I'm just going to call this Discord. So I'm going to export Discord from this file, and then I'm going to have a specific route that's like /login/Discord. And inside of that route, I'm going to generate the link and then redirect the user. So now in my main index, I no longer want to pull this in. Why the uppercase D? Because it's an instance of a class. I mean, I could call it lowercase d, but mainly because when you have an instance of a class, you give it a capital letter. But you don't have to. All right, so I want to route... Actually, I'm going to create a new folder called login. And then inside of there, I'm going to create a file called provider.tsx. So... essentially, the routing here works based off of file names and folders. So if I go to my server/login/Discord, I want to do the redirect to Discord social auth. If I go to login/GitHub, I want to show an error message that says not found or not provided. So that seems fine. We can see that... in this file, we're using props.params.name. At this point, I'm going to need to go look at the Deno fresh docs to figure out what I want to do here, because I think I actually just want a get handler like this that essentially will do a redirect and not even render a page. Let's just try it real quick, and then I'll go to the docs to figure out other stuff that I need. Why the angle bracket? So that is a route parameterization. So I'll show you an example with this one. It's a bit simpler. So in our root folder, or in our routes folder, routes, we have this file called brackets name.tsx. And so that means I can go to localhost 8000/Twitch chat. And this parameter right here gets interpreted as the name. And then inside of the render function here, I can access params.name. But I could do anything else. I could go to /CJ and then name becomes CJ. So hello, CJ. It's pronounced root, limeouts. So that's just their mechanism of doing parameterization. So that's why I did this, because now we'll have login/Discord or login/Twitch. And we can handle all of that inside of here. This is just going to be a generic handler. I think we'll get access to the params. Let's see what we get. So context.params, params.provider should be what it is. And then really, I think what I want to export from here is an object with keys and keys and values inside of it. So I actually will do lowercase Discord in this case, and then do export default an object that has Discord on it. So now when I go in and later on I add Twitch and whatever else, this is going to export an object that has those. And then over here, we can see if that exists on that exported object. So I'll say import, was that the default export? Yeah, so import OAuth, OAuth from utils OAuth. Great, like this. And someone asks, is this React? It's a version of it. So ultimately, I'm using a framework called Fresh, but this actually uses a thing called Preact, which works exactly like Preact, but it has a different license. It's a little bit smaller, but all the JSX and all the React concepts would work exactly here. Let's take a quick stretch. Hyper is asking, how do I like working with Deno and Fresh? Was debating whether to start a new project. I don't know yet, because honestly, we've just done a whole lot of setup. Right now, I'll be able to give you my opinion on that, because we're about to start doing some Fresh specific things where I need to do a redirect or I need to do a specific render based on the param. And let's figure that out. So the thing is... Yeah, so I'm hesitating because I know we're in TypeScript, and I know it's actually going to be tricky for me to dynamically access this property based on the param name. Are there any TypeScript aficionados in the chat that could help me out? I mean, really what I want to do is, like, if OAuth, And really, actually, no, I should do this is what I should do. And actually, I mean, shout out to Theo. He did a video recently on why you shouldn't use objects in TypeScript. I should be using a map of string to provider. Because then I can just try to get it. And then Discord client, I want to see if they have a base type. They don't have a base type. Man. I don't know the Shivas. I feel like I need to do like a an actual subathon or something like that. Man. Okay, I hesitate because they don't have a base class type. Right now, because there's only one, I can just say string to Discord client. I think I can do an initializer here with an array. Yeah, and so then here I can say Discord maps to Discord. In this case, it's going to be an array of arrays, and I'm going to go back to the capital D on this guy. 24 hours straight of coding sounds painful. Well, the thing is, like, pretty much all of my longer streams just turn into us talking and playing games. Like, we don't really code for that much. Okay, this is another to-do. Update type to include all possible OAuth clients. Because later on, we're going to have a Twitch client, a GitHub client, and then this map wouldn't make any sense. But for now, it'll work here. Yeah, like provider type or something like that. So over here, now I can do OAuth.get or OAuth.has. It's a map. Oh, I need .ts on here to get some type completion. OAuth dot, here we go, get. And so I'll pass in context.params.provider. We'll lowercase it. And also, can I be sure that provider always exists on here? I think so. It could be the empty string. Yeah, so the reason I'm using map instead of an object is because a map has functions like this, where I can say get, and then that's going to give me back the provider. And then now I have type completion on it, because so specifically this map of string to type, you could also do record string to type, will explicitly give back a type, so now TypeScript knows what to do with it. So I can say if provider does exist, then I can do something like provider dot code dot create link. And now this code is very generic, or it will be once we have other providers. So if we have Twitch or whatever else, the code over here stays exactly the same because we were able to just grab it out of here. Though it's going to be tricky, and honestly, like Terawatt was saying earlier, we might even need to implement this on our own, because the way they implemented this library, the Deno Auth people, there isn't a base class that this is inheriting from. So it's going to be hard to like multi-type it. So for now, it's fine. It's fine. All right, what's this complaining about? Oh yeah, we're not using await yet. That's fine. Well, actually, I don't think we need await. And then this needs to return a response. So this is going to be our redirect. Let's take a quick stretch. There's for each on map, but no map function. So how do we map? Turn it into an array. You could, and Refactorer, thank you for the 28 months. I feel like it's been a while. Welcome back, welcome in. I feel like you could do, turn the map in, or do map.entries and then, or map.values, and then spread that into an array. Yeah, and what's up, Trash Dev? Thanks for being in here. But yeah, so we could create a union type, but I think the issue is with that union type, it doesn't know that every instance of it has this code.createLink property. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, trash dev is right. So you basically convert your map into an array so that you can iterate over it. All right, we have the redirect. Let's look at the fresh docs to figure out how can we do a response that has a redirect. I'm guessing we just send back a response that has the redirect header. Let's see. Custom handlers. Yeah, I think I kind of want to do this, but I need to create a new response with headers. Yeah, I need to do something like this. I mean, really, I'm just sending back an empty response where the redirect header, or no, the location header is set to that specific URL. And so this is how you do an HTTP redirect. You set the location header to be to the thing you want to redirect to. And so if there was nothing, then we actually just want to render or redirect to our not found page. I don't know. Is there anyone here that's used Deno a lot? Because I think like the response object actually comes from Deno itself. It's not a fresh thing. Let's look at it. Or see if we can find it. Anyways, we could look at the type definition here. Redirected. Thanks, Veritatas. Deno stable? That looks like a third-party module. Oh, okay, yeah. This is the docs. Oh, it has a nice. It has a redirect method. That is what we want. Cool. And I think it's a static method, so I can just do response dot redirect with location. Easy peasy. If the provider was not found, we actually want to just redirect to the home page. Honestly, for now, it should be fine to just redirect to the home page. Cool. Thank you, Thales. Thanks for dropping in. My favorite language is probably JavaScript, just because it's so dynamic. I can do whatever I want without a lot of preamble, a lot of extra work. JavaScript, it's really easy to just get stuff done without the language itself getting in the way. Though you could make the exact argument against JavaScript, but that's why I like JavaScript. If I had to choose a statically typed language, I actually would choose C#, even though I'm using TypeScript right now. TypeScript is just a worst C#. Change my mind. Okay. I'm going to delete this route because I don't want it to interfere with like /login anymore, /login, and I don't really need it anymore. This was just an example route that got generated. Let's get rid of it. And then now inside of login, shots fired. And now if I go to login, it should work. Okay, so moment of truth. Let's make sure no errors in the console, no errors. But if I go to /login/wat, it should redirect. Oh no. Oh no. An error occurred during handling or page rendering. I think because I just tried to redirect to /. TypeScript says, you take that back right now. It's really not even that much of a dig because the creator of C# literally created TypeScript. And it's like, TypeScript has all the baggage of JavaScript, right? It wants to be backwards compatible, so it has all the baggage of JavaScript. So C# doesn't. I mean, it's really nice. Okay. I think the issue is I'm not specifying the full URL. let's do this, but again, I don't like it. We'll probably have to pull from our environment URL. Oh, you know what? How about this? Config dot base URL. It didn't import the right thing. I'll have to fix the import. We handled this earlier. We added a base URL to our config object. Here. So that's actually just a testament to writing reusable code. Because earlier, when we were working on the Discord object, the Discord client object, we needed a base URL. So we added that there. And then now we should be able to reuse it. And I think this is going to fix the error. Let's see. Yeah, awesome. So if I try to go to /login/ something that doesn't exist, we get this. But if I go to /login/discord, invalid redirect URI. Great. So essentially what happened there is it generated the redirect URL, redirected there, and then now it's asking me to log in. But what I need to do is I need to go into the Discord OAuth settings and say, hey, localhost 8000 is a valid redirect location. Yeah, I believe import maps work for local imports. We could test it in a second. Yeah, no, it does, because you can see they're mapping twind to util/twind. First try, kind of. No, it works. I expected it to break. Maybe. All right, so if you give me a second, I'm going to go to my app settings, add localhost 8000 as a valid redirect location, and then we'll see if it works from there. Yeah, and actually, I think I can show you this. Here. So on the Discord app settings, this is where we set up our client ID and secret. Right now I can add a redirect, and actually the redirect that I want is this. So our base URL /auth Discord callback. Because when I'm done clicking yes, I allow you, yes, please log in with Discord, it's actually going to redirect back to my Deno app at this URL. So I'm going to add that. Cool. And then now we will try again. So I'm going to go to localhost 8000 /login/discord. Ta-da! Cool. So FreshSpots wants to access my username, avatar, and banner. They do not want to read me a bedtime story. Well, okay. So if I click authorize, that is going to, yeah, we're here. So that's going to redirect me back to this endpoint. But as you know, this endpoint does not exist. I need to create it because, yeah, it doesn't exist. So let's do that in our routes folder. And actually, I'm trying to think how we can do this in a generic way. So essentially when the callback comes back, we can pull the param name out of it. So then we can choose the right way to generate like the profile request. Yeah, and that's a good thing to point out, the real Python. You can make an OAuth request against localhost because you're in development and you're trying to get it working. But in the real world, I do believe your deployed app has to be HTTPS. It can't be on a HTTP localhost. Yeah. Yeah, and this should help you, not Blue Beast, but it is somewhat specific to Deno. I mean, honestly, it's not, though, because like the fact that we just set up a route that does the redirect, this is actually like a lot more work than you'd have to do with other things like Grant or Passport if you're using node.js. Yeah. I think you're right, Nookie Poo. I want to rename login to Auth. I like that. So now our callback can be inside of here as well. Though I don't think we can have a parameterized folder. Let's see. So if I create a folder in here called provider, and then I create a file in here called callback. Let's see. I just want a basic page like this for now. Will the callback do any render? No, I think the callback is actually still just going to be backend stuff. Like, it won't actually render a page yet. And so inside of here, this is going to be the callback. And then for now, let's just respond. And actually, if you tuned in last time, we created our own like JSON response handler. Response has a built-in static method called JSON, which is pretty cool. But I just want to do context dot params like that. JSON exists. Yeah. So you can just do this. So let's see if this works. I don't know if Fresh allows directories to have a parameterized name. And really, like, if we wanted to be more like, I don't know. Right now we have a file that's parameterized and a folder, but I think we could just we could move this in here and then rename it to index.tsx. Let's see if this even works. Didn't update my things. So let's see if this works. If I can go to auth/discord and then get redirected, great. And I should be able to get auth/discord/callback. Let's see. Make import maps. This is becoming really messy. I probably will. I'll map like the utils to @utils. Okay, so now it's auth/discord. That works. Cool. And so if I authorize it, we get a callback code and a callback state. Now I need to use this to make a further request to Discord to get the actual like profile information back and stuff like that. That's cool. That's pretty cool that we just created the directory and it was able to pick that up. Heck yeah. All right. Can we even check anything off yet? I mean, we still have a little bit more to do with Deno Auth because there's one more request that needs to be made. And then once we get that information back, that would be the thing we're putting into our database. But we're not quite there yet. I want to do what was mentioning about so this is getting out of hand. The fact that I have to do this everywhere. So what I'm going to do is I am going to make a source map that maps @/utils to that specific directory, so I don't have to reference it everywhere else. So you can see that we did that here in @twin. So I'm going to create one for @config, so that way I can reuse it everywhere else. And then what's another one I was using? I'll do the same thing for OAuth. Yeah, .. Yeah. OAuth. Cool. I guess I could do the same thing for DB. And honestly, I could just map to .. That, I think, is a better idea. Check it. We'll go to @maps to .. So now I can do @/util/config. I think this will work. Maybe? Let's see. Quick stretch. Yeah, Dota Attitude is saying there's a way to go from the source directory, but I never have time to figure it out. Let's see if this works. Essentially, I just mapped the @ to period. So if I do @this, relative import path not prefixed with, and not an import map. It couldn't seem to find that. What if I do @/? What if I do /utils /? really work for files because we're pointing to directories here. Let me just save this and see if it breaks. Same error. Okay. That's good to know that the errors inside of VS Code are the same as the Deno thing. The @ needs to be the import path. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. So @utils should point to utils. This is what I want. This is what I wanted. That should point to utils, and then now I can do @utils /config. That should work, right? I didn't think this was going to be this hard. At the bottom is an example. Yeah, that's kind of what I tried to do. I don't think I want the slash though, because I want to map that to that, so that way I can do /config.ts. This is the example from the docs. Map / to the root directory. So this should work according to the docs. To use your project root for absolute imports. Oh, I see. Then I would actually need to do /. Right? No, it likes this. Module not found. app/dev.ts. What? Did I break something? Oh, now that breaks a whole lot of other imports because they're trying to use /. You know what? We'll just do this. We're gonna just do @config and then like I was doing to begin with. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's silly. I feel like I tried that. Alka @ maybe not. Okay, last one. Only because Alka suggested it. Last one. @ maps to /. Okay, so now if I do @/that, that's the winner. Thank you, Alka. Alka figured it out. Somebody else might have suggested it, but this seems fine. So map the @ keyword to my local directory. Yeah, definitely first try. We could do that. But now we can search our whole code base for // and then fix all these imports. Because this will be @/islands and then @/models. And this is actually similar to what gets set up inside of a Vue app by default. @/interfaces. Nice. Look at this. This is some clean code. Actually, I should search for // as well. I'm not going to worry about those. Really just my code. And actually, I guess it also makes sense. Sometimes you do want a relative path. Like if I'm in this directory and I'm requiring the thing that is in this directory, I don't necessarily want to use an @. But and same thing here because it's in the same directory. Same thing here. Cool. Okay, our app is still running. At this point, we need to do the next step. Okay, so we're done with silly little import dev tasks. We got the callback. Now we need to do something with the code and the state. We'll take a look at Deno Auth to see how they're doing it. So process auth with the URL. Oh, it automatically requests the profile. Cool. So now, in the callback, we need to grab our Discord provider. And really, we should be able to do the same thing as in here, as we get the provider. What's up, Buffined Beaver? If you do !project, you can get a link to this GitHub repo. The Readme has a description of it. Essentially, it's an app where people will be able to share and create lists of places, whether that's lists of your favorite restaurants. Actually, all this code's going to go in here. Or lists of places you think people should visit when they visit your city, that kind of thing. Right now, we're just worrying about auth. Okay. I'm going to type this out, then I'll talk about it, because there's a lot going on here. Yeah, and this will be rust.url. Yeah, the code's open source, MIT. If you click that link, you'll be able to see it. And once I'm done with this feature, I'll push up the stuff. Why doesn't it have a request? So this is Deno, or sorry, this is Fresh that we're dealing with. I don't know how to get the current URL. Or I mean, I guess I could get the params from the URL and construct it. Yeah, so they're using Oak, I believe, in this example. We're not. So I basically just need to get the current URL, pass that into process auth string path name, and then that under the hood makes a request to the Discord API to actually get their user profile. And then at that point, I could just respond with the user profile. Like that. Okay, this needs a to-do though. So to-do show error message instead of instant redirect. And then same thing in our root one. We need to update that to actually show an error message. But for now, let's figure out how do we get the URL inside of a fresh handler. And we'll take another quick stretch. I feel like these stretches are just happening so often. Okay, custom handlers. This is what we want. I think I need the API docs for this context thing. We can go to the type of it. The underscore param is the request. Thank you, Nikki Poo. Let's see what that'll give us. Okay, did they have that in the... Oh, I see. My copy-pasted example just was throwing that away, so they didn't actually need it. Cool. Cool. All right. This should do it. So now, after logging in, it's going to make a request. So it's a successful login, and then it'll make a request to Discord and actually get my profile information. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hide my screen because the profile that comes back from Discord, it is public information. I just don't know what's going to be in there. There could be an access token. So I'm going to do this. Authorize. Cannot read properties of undefined. Let's debug this. So it tried. It tried its best to make a request, but apparently request.url is undefined. Let's try to log just the URL. We'll log the whole request. Let's see. Request. Oh, this is the URL. Great. So that's right. Where are we logging code? Is that in their code? The code is specified here, and then code undefined is being thrown by the auth library. This could be the point where we listen to, what was your name again? Terawatt. We listen to Terawatt and we just do it ourselves because apparently they are not doing the right thing. So we can look in here and see what they're trying to do with code. So process auth with string path name. Stringify string path name dot search. They need to work on their types. Like this shouldn't be in any type. This is a URL object. And then like they're expecting it to be a nice library, bro. I mean, if you're new to all of this, this is source code diving. Basically, I'm using this library. I mean, they have a nice website. They have some docs here. You could hope and just assume that it works, but when it doesn't work, really the only thing we can do, or one of the only things we can do, is do some source code diving. The other thing is to open up an issue. But yeah, they have a bunch of any types. This is not PHP, this is JavaScript. Well, this is technically TypeScript, but is it really TypeScript if you're using the any type everywhere? Okay, so really what they're trying to do is they expect it to be an object that has a search property. So what I need to do is I actually need to create a URL object with the URL here. Yeah, because URL is a string and they want it to be a URL object, URL. Because the URL object, I'll show you real quick, has things like search and stuff like that. So we can do URL dot search URL dot that. Yeah, so it's just bad documentation. Well, not bad documentation. I'm guessing request in their example had a URL property that was an object, a type URL. So this is actually what we want to do. And honestly, I mean, this could be something that needs to happen inside of, oh, this did an auto import. It is from the standard library though. That's good. Yeah, it imported URL from the standard library. But this could be a pull request to fresh so that the URL property on the request is an object rather than just being a string. But this is the fix. This is what's going to get us there. Okay. I'm going to hide my screen again because who knows what you're going to get back from... Well, I mean, I guess we do know, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't have like an access token inside of it. Okay, here we go. It worked. It worked. So we get back my ID, my username, my avatar ID, which I could probably look at the Discord docs to figure out how to use this avatar ID to get an avatar URL. And then we've got my discriminator. So my username on Discord is W3CJ #7953. Cool, and I have multi-factor authentication enabled, and I'm premium. So we've done it. We've done it. So essentially, when someone goes to auth/discord on our server, we redirect them to Discord to ask for their permission to access their profile. Once they allow it, they get redirected back here, and then we use that information to make a further request to get their profile information. But at this point, now we know that we can trust that this is the user. They are who they say they are. At this point, we would put them into our database with this ID and potentially like an avatar URL or something like that. There's some weird thing flickering on the right. Oh, yep. I'll show you. Breaking the fourth wall. It's tape. there's tape literally taping the blue screen to my wall. Let's do that one. Okay. Oh, now it's over there. Oh. How's that? That's better. Well, it's gaffer's tape. It's not duct tape. Gaffer's tape. Okay. We've made some progress. Let's go back to our to-do list. Check some things off, and then figure out where we're going to go from here. So yeah, we pretty much have figured out Deno Auth. That's a good thing. Now we can think about how we actually want to put this user into our database. You can hear a lot of noise upstairs. My dog is running around. It's awesome. So we figured it out. That's good. I'll let you all vote on what we do next. And Didroot, thank you very much for that Prime. We could go a lot of different places. There's a lot that needs to be done. First of all, we could add a schema validation library. I kind of do either want to paint the wall or build a wall and then paint it blue. The only issue with painting the wall is it's not smooth. That's another home project though. I could smooth it out with some what is it, stucco, or the stuff you use on drywall. It's not drywall though, it's concrete. But I could make it smooth and then paint it. I don't know. Okay, so what was I talking about? Yeah, there's a lot of different things we could do next. All of them are equally important. Spackle, that's it, spackle. I don't, but is that what you call it when there's a bunch of it? A skim coat. All right. The first thing that we could do, and so listen closely because you're going to get to vote on what we do. The first thing we could do is find a validation library and then validate our config. Because right now we have this super simple validation, and it's not the best because it's literally just doing object.keys, and we would need to update it for these other pieces. But yeah, so we could use something like Zod to create a schema and then run it against this object to make sure that it's valid. And then if it's not valid, throw an error. Any recommendation to start Twitch coding streams? Probably in Spanish. Do you mean you want to start a stream, or you want to find a stream where somebody is speaking Spanish? Yeah. And DK8996, it's been a while since I used TypeScript. It has been a while, but we're in TypeScript right now. My recommendation is to just do it. You could start streaming with just a laptop. You don't need a fancy camera. You don't need a fancy microphone. Just go live. Yeah, just press the start streaming button. And really you want to do that because streaming and being entertaining is a skill, and not everyone has it. I mean, you might already be an entertaining person, a very likable person, or someone that's good at talking, and that's great. But not everyone is, and a lot of people actually do need to develop that skill. So I say just go live, and then eventually get a better camera, get a better microphone, that kind of thing. Yeah. Would it make sense to create a small wrapper for deno.env.get? That kind of is what this is. So basically everywhere else in our app where we need an environment variable, we're just referencing the config variable. We're not doing deno.env.get. So for example, in our OAuth setup, instead of doing deno.env.get Discord client ID, we're referencing that config object that has already loaded that value onto there. So that's essentially our wrapper. Basically, we are loading everything ahead of time and then throwing an error if we didn't find it. And then only using config everywhere else. And All right, I lost my train of thought though. But your first option is: do we create a or add a validator to do the validation here? So I'm going to start a Twitch poll. We are calmly programming a Deno fresh backend poll. Cool. What do next? Config validation. Probably Zod, but we also could use a thing called, there's a AJV, another JSON validator. So we could create a JSON schema and then just pass that schema and this object into AJV. Though people are mentioning that Zod is totally closely tied with TypeScript, so we could work on that. Okay, so that's one thing we could do. The other thing we could do is to work on our DB models. Now that I say it, though, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work, but we could define DB models. So basically, we've talked about at a high level what the tables in our SQL database are going to be, but we need to actually define the models, also define the relationships, all of the properties. We're essentially going to be designing a database. I'll say this, design the DB. That's another thing. And then the other thing we could do is to get a map on the page. All of these are not dependent on each other. They are things we could do individually that ultimately all tie in. So I don't think Joy is out of fashion. I don't know if we can use it inside of Deno. I think it has a browser build, so we probably could. Get the map on the map. But in the TypeScript world, everyone mostly uses Zod, it seems like. User login depends on the DB. Yeah, so that's why we can't really move further with OAuth. This is the point in the OAuth flow where we would either insert them into the database or determine if they're already in the database and then just issue a token or a cookie to say that, yes, you're logged in. So we'll add that to do right here. To do, insert / update in DB. And then to do, issue a token, or, I mean, in this case, everything's server-side rendered, so we're probably just going to use cookies. Yeah, so issue a signed cookie. Cool. Can we rig the election? With money. If you give 100 bits, you can add a vote. Should I do that? I'm going to do that because it's funny. All right. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break while you all vote. But these are your options. Do the config validation, design the database, or just get a map on the page. Each one of these presents their own challenges and could be interesting. So I'll let you vote now. And then I'm going to take a 5-minute break while you vote. So you should see the poll on your screen, and then you can vote. I'll be right back. Hey, hey, my voice cracked. I'm back. It looks like we have a winner design the database. That'll be fun though. Here's the other thing: you gotta think about me and my needs, and designing a database makes for a good YouTube video. Oh yeah, and somebody asked about the YouTube UI showing the comments on the right hand side. I think, yeah, so if you scroll down, you'll see the comments, but then if you click this actually loads the comments to the right of the video. And they may be A/B testing this feature. In that not everyone sees this feature, but it's happening to me. And I think if you don't click it, like if you leave it closed and you scroll down, I believe you still will see the comments down here. I don't know. I mean, I think I kind of like it, especially if you watched YouTube in this layout, because then you can see the comments right next to the video. Yeah, and I think you would see it in the description section. That's the other thing that changed. The description is slightly different now. It's true, the YouTube comments can be a pretty divisive place. They're pretty wholesome on my channel. I think it's just because I haven't blown up in a while, and so I don't get randos in my comments. It's just people that are nice. But yeah. So they changed this section where it only shows a piece, and I don't know. They're changing. YouTube's changing stuff. Let's design a database. So at this point, we actually aren't going to be writing any code. We are going to design a database for this application. I don't believe it's the live user interface. That's the thing. It used to be the live chat was over there, but now they're making it so that the comments are there instead of the live chat. We're using Postgres, and so we've already set up our database connection to Postgres, and we have like a basic model. But now let's actually design it, and I'll say we'll design it, and then we'll implement that design in our models, so you can see how those two intertwine. I'm going to push this code up to GitHub so everyone can see the latest stuffs. Should be fine. Sparkles. Initial OAuth, initial Discord OAuth. We will update the README though. So we made some changes and we need to update that. So if you want to use this project, you need to install Deno, update environment variables, update the values accordingly. Discord, client ID, and secret can be found here. And then I'm just going to link to the Discord developers portal. Here. Can be acquired. Cool. If you do !project in the chat, that's funny, Mark. We leaked the key earlier, but we reset it, so there's a new one. But if you do !project, you'll get a link to this GitHub repo, and you can look at the code. What we're going to do now is design a database, and I typically use Lucidchart for that. I've watched some Theo videos recently. Shout out Theo. And he's been using Excalidraw. Can that do entity relationship diagrams pretty well? And I guess I can draw boxes. I want, he's live right now? Nice. He's live right now. I want to be able to, like, draw lines in between for, like, one-to-many relationships and stuff like that. Entity relationship diagram. Seems fine. And then if I want to create a new one, copy paste. How do I add? I think that's the thing. Like if I want to add more, I literally have to copy paste. It's not dbdiagram.io. Are you redeeming things? I guess I can't see them here. Thank you for the redemption. I have this smart water. The thing is, I'm gonna use Lucidchart if I can't find anything else. This is cool though. This actually, let's try it. Do I have to create an account? Oh, do they have dark mode? Get started. I don't want to create an account. This is fun because I literally get to write. This is like SQL code, isn't it? For like the data definition language. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That's its own language. Okay, so it's not SQL. I gotta buy it. I don't mind paying money for software. I just don't want to do it on stream. If I look at the library on Excalidraw, they have DB stuff. Where's the library? This one? This one? Collection of database icons and graphics. Do you have a suggestion for what I should search for? ERD. UML. I appreciate all the suggestions. We're going to use what I know. No, we're going to use Lucidchart. I feel like draw.io could work, but it's just very manual, whereas Lucidchart, I can easily add a new column or whatever else to the diagram. Thanks, Nicky Boo. Use pen and paper. I would if... I'm just going to use Lucidchart. Nice, Dysfunctional. Glad to hear it. And good luck on the next round of interviews. But thanks for stopping in. Yeah, the only issue with Lucidchart is on the free tier, you only get a certain number of documents, but I think I just reuse. And Anonymous, thank you for that gift. Much appreciated. Oh yeah, that's another thing we could use is Mermaid. Which is a syntax for making diagrams inside of Markdown. Entity relationship diagram. That's cool, but can you have... You can't have properties. I'm still just going to use Lucidchart. All right, we've made it. Though, does Lucidchart not have a dark theme? Yeah, Mermaid is cool. I'll show that really quick before we get into this. But Mermaid lets you use Markdown style syntax to create diagrams. All kinds of diagrams. Doesn't just have to be entity relationship diagrams. Now I'm getting picky about it even having a dark theme. Oh well. Yeah, check out Mermaid. So they have lots of different diagrams like flowchart, sequence diagrams, entity relationship diagrams, and then you write code that looks like this, and then it generates diagrams like this. Thanks for reaching out to the Lucidchart community. Unfortunately, dark mode is not an option. I mean, I think it makes sense for drawing apps to, I guess, to not have dark mode, because then how would you know, like, your diagram would need to be in dark mode. Like, it couldn't automatically convert it. It seems fine. I don't want to learn a new syntax. All right, let us start from the beginning and talk about what we're going to design, and then design it. And I am going to make this a YouTube video because it's going to be database design for YouTube. And actually, we'll go into a focus mode so I can just get this thing done. Here we go. Focus for 35 minutes. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and in this video, we're going to design a database. So the database we're designing is for an app we're building called Fresh Spots. And the goal of the app is to allow users to create and share lists of places to visit. So the idea is you could create a list of, let's say, all of your favorite restaurants in a given city. Or you could create a list of all the tourist attractions in a given city. Or you could create a list of all the best pizza places in a given city. And then once you've created that list, you can now share it with other people. So that's the idea of the app. These are the features. You can log in using social auth. We want to have Discord login and Twitch login at least. You can create a list. You can then add a specific point of interest or POI to that list. Then as the list creator, you can add a comment or some information about that point of interest that you're adding to the list. And lastly, you can take that list of places, which will be shown on a map. We'll get into the implementation details later. Today, we care about the data. And then it's on a map, and you can get a unique URL that you can then share with someone so they can look at that list of places. So this is the database that we're designing. We're building the whole thing on Twitch, but we're just taking it aside to design the database and talk about the database design. So we are going to use this tool Lucidchart to do that. If you're new to Lucidchart, you can go to search and then search for entity relationship, and then you get these nice things. So where we're going to start is with our user model. And so we've kind of already listed out all of the possible things we need in our database, but let's start with users, because users are at the center of this app, in that they can log in and they're the ones creating the list. So I'm going to create a table for users. It's going to have a primary key ID, which is type serial. When we actually implement this, we are going to be using Postgres, but at this point, this database design could be used with really with any SQL database. So we want a user. And what's interesting about this app is we do not have direct username password login. So typically when you're designing a database that has users inside of it, you might also have like a password field that's type text. And you might also have like an email field. You might have an email field that's type text. But in our scenario, users don't have passwords. They're not logging in that way. They're logging in using OAuth. So my thought for the design there is we actually would have a separate table where we store that information. So essentially, a user really just has an ID, and maybe we can have a display name. So the user can choose what they want their name to be displayed as, and that can be text. But as far as I can think, that's really all we need in the users table. Let's delete that extra row. So user table is super simple. They have an ID and a display name. Now I want a separate table that is going to store the social auth information. So when you log in with Discord, it gives me back your Discord username and your Discord avatar URL. When you log in with Twitch, we can do a similar thing. So I'm going to store that in a separate table and link it to users. So I will have a separate table. Let's call it like social profile. And this has a primary key ID, which is of type serial. I believe serial is like a Postgres specific thing that represents an auto-incrementing unsigned integer. So we'll call it that. And then the social profile will have a provider type. So if you log in with Discord, then this provider type will be Discord. If you log in with Twitch, provider type will be Twitch. And then the way we link it back to a user is a social profile has a given user ID, and this is of type integer. It's an unsigned integer, so that we can say that one user has one or more social profiles, right? So if you log in with Discord, we're going to insert a row into the social profile table that has your user ID, the provider type of Discord, and then the other information that we care about. In this case, I'm going to want your specific username, which is of type text, And then we want another row for, I'm going to add the avatar URL. And this will also be of type text. So we're not going to be storing like the image data in the database. We just store the URL as we get it from Twitch or Discord or wherever else. So yeah, I think avatar URL is, so yeah, and so Terabot is asking if that's a common property. I think so. So we have to think about what are all the things that every social provider will give us. They're definitely going to give us a username. The other thing we need is provider ID. And that's actually probably the most important thing, which links back to that specific provider. And it's going to vary, what it looks like varies by provider. And this I'm actually going to store as text because it's not always an integer. Sometimes it's like a GUID or a GUID. But that provider ID is your unique ID on that given service. Let's see. Can I move this down? I'm actually just going to delete it and then insert one below here. A squid, a GUID, a GUID. Yes, we don't need that. Provider type, which we're going to call text. Okay, so at this point, our database design is somewhat normalized, but there's a piece here that is not normalized. And so when we talk about normalization of a SQL database, it's really all about how much duplication is in the database. So imagine a scenario. I log in with Discord. My app will see or do a database lookup. Is there a social profile that has the provider type of Discord with a provider ID of whatever my ID is when I'm logging in? And if it doesn't, it would need to insert a row here. But it would insert a row that has my user ID, let's say 1, that's the user ID from this database, provider type of Discord in string, provider ID of whatever my Discord name is, like W3CJ and then the number. And then, or actually no, it's like an even longer number than that. And then username would be W3CJ, and then avatar URL would be the URL string. But if you think about this, okay, I logged in, great. We now have a row in the database where provider type is set to the string Discord. Let's say Terawatt comes along and logs into my app. They sign up, we insert a row, and now we have another row where provider type is set to the text Discord. So this is duplication, right? Because every single row in here would literally have the text Discord. Same thing would apply if someone was logging in with Twitch, provider type would be Twitch. And when you're normalizing a database, you want to remove that duplication because you now kind of have multiple sources of truth. Now, for my app, I don't actually know if I want to do that, but I think I'm going to anyways, just for the experiment, where essentially instead of provider type of text, I could store the provider type ID, and then I have a separate lookup table that specifically has all of the provider types inside of it. So this is essentially how you, I'll undo what I just did there. This is basically how you normalize something that is repetitive data in your database. Couldn't undo it, but we're going from provider type of type text to provider type ID of type integer. And then now we actually need a lookup table. So I could create another table called provider types that has a primary key ID and then just has a name. And so in this table, I would probably have 3 rows. I would have a row for Discord, a row for Twitch, and then a row for whatever else. But every new provider type we add to our app, I would need to insert a new row here because this is what's known as a lookup table. But the relationship works very similar to user. Like one provider type has many social profiles of that type. So yeah, we've now essentially normalized that data so we're not repeating the word Discord or the word Twitch multiple times in that table. It's now stored in a separate table. Now, that comes at a cost because now our database queries are a little bit more complex because we do have to reference this external table. And I did see a message in the chat that was like, can't we just put this all in the same table? You absolutely could. Let's say you only had one user table like this that now just has all of the properties on it, right? So we could go in here and we could say, we've got display name, great. But now below that, we now have a field for Discord ID, and that's of type text. And then we have a field for Discord name, like username. And it's another field here, and then we have another field for, let's say, Discord avatar. That's of type text. But now let's say we want to add Twitch. Now we have a bunch more columns in this table. We now have a Twitch ID, and that's of type text. I keep pressing that. Twitch ID is of type text. We then have the etc. So like Twitch username. And that is of type text. And we now have a Twitch avatar, and that is of type text. So you could go this route, but this is a non-normalized table. And one of the issues you would get here is that by default, let's say a user only has a Discord profile. Now, all of these fields have a value on them, but the rest of these are null. Whereas if you went this more normalized route, if they didn't have a Twitch profile, they just wouldn't have a row in this table. So you don't have all those nulls. Terawatt is getting into the idea of scaling and clustering. If you store everything in a single table, when you're trying to scale your database, it's a lot harder to do that because now everything's stored in the same table. Whereas if you store it in separate tables, you can now do what's called sharding. And you could say, well, let's say all my Discord profiles are stored on this node in my database, and all of my Twitch profiles are stored on another node. You would have to decide how you want to shard it. In shard, S-H-A-R-D, shard is the term that I'm saying. But you could do that when you've designed your database in this way. For our app, it's going to be fairly simple. We're not going to scale up that much, but I do like having my data structured this way. So yeah, this would be the alternative. And then again, the alternative to this provider type table is to just put the provider name in the database table itself. Okay, we'll leave that there. So I'll take a pause. Any thoughts, comments, questions on what I've done so far? Focus end. And if you already asked something, feel free to just ask it again if I missed it, because I don't really want to scroll down. Why don't I distinguish relation table from entity table? Should I move provider ID to the provider type entity? These are good questions. So first of all, why don't I distinguish the relation table from the entity table? Ultimately, social profile actually is it's a bit of a join table. Even though it has other fields in it that I care about, like provider ID and username, it technically joins together the provider type and the user. But I still like we mentioned earlier, I want this data to be stored in a separate table, so that's why I've done that. You could also ask the question in the Shibas. Thank you for the subs. But you could also ask the question like, what are you naming these tables, and why are you naming them that? So this is a database holy war in terms of should you name your tables plural or singular. I have fallen into the habit of naming my tables singular and not using uppercase and lowercase, using all lowercase and using underscores. This is how I do it. First of all, uppercase and lowercase can have issues in a code base if the code base doesn't differentiate in the right way uppercase and lowercase letters. So I like to make everything lowercase, and I don't use camel case. I use underscore case. The other thing is I name my tables singular because the table is the description of the entity. So this describes a user. There are users stored in the table, but it describes a user. And social profile describes one social profile. There are social profiles stored in the database. I will say for like RESTful endpoints and routes, this is way past designing the database. I do use plural typically because the routes will return multiple of a thing. So I prefer to use singular. What you call this is up to you. You could do it plural. You could also call this banana. It's going to get confusing, but you could literally call it whatever you want. I prefer singular, and I prefer all lowercase, and I prefer underscores. That's going to vary based on your experience, based on who you've coded with. I picked up this habit from a person that I worked with, and I was like, oh, I like that style, so I just stuck with that. Sloth Farms is asking, or sorry, Veeb was asking, can you move provider ID to the provider type entity? I can't, because provider ID is like your specific user ID. So my user ID on Twitch is different from your user ID on Twitch, which is why I need a field to store that. It's not a shared ID across all users of that type. Foreign key in user ID. Oh, yes, exactly. Thank you for that. So I didn't mark it here, but technically, user ID has a foreign key reference to user. And technically, you actually don't have to set that up. You literally could just add a user ID column to this table with type int. But if you don't set up a foreign key constraint, then social profiles could get inserted that have a user ID that is not in the user table. And by setting up this foreign key reference and foreign key constraint, the database will enforce that. So if you try to insert something into this table where the user ID does not exist in the user table, you're going to get an error. Same thing with provider type. So yeah, thank you for that, Terawatt. Yep. I need to alias those. Prisma as an ORM? Yeah, so we're using Deno, so Deno doesn't support Prisma yet. I haven't used Prisma, but I started looking into it, and it looks really cool. It looks nice. So the next app I build, I probably will try out Prisma. What is provider type ID? So this is a lookup column. And so imagine in our provider type table, we have a row where the ID is 1 and the name is Twitch. And then we have another row where the ID is 2 and the name is Discord. When someone logs in with Twitch, we're going to insert a row into social profile where provider type ID is 1 because they just logged in with Twitch, and then the rest of the info. So the row in this table just has the ID that comes from this table. So this is like our lookup, or our basically kind of like an enum with IDs, and then those IDs are going to be the ones that are stored in this table. And thanks again, the Shibas. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it really comes down to scaling databases. Like, so typically I have in the apps that I've built, we've used AWS and AWS RDS, Relational Database Service. And we haven't really done much scaling, but it's because of the apps that we were building, they never had more than a few thousand users. But it varies, it depends. Like, I was not working at a company that was doing things that had millions and millions of users that would require something like database sharding or database scaling. If you're working at a place like that, or you're making an app like that, you would need to look into that. And a lot of times there are database services that can kind of do that for you. You really just have to make the decision about how you divide up your data. Another quick stretch. Laravel uses the same rules I'm mentioning. That's good. It's possible that the person I worked with picked up that from working in Laravel. Yeah, snake case. Sorry about that, MP. I mean, I have it set. I mean, I'm looking at my audio monitor and I'm not peaking, so all the other people on Twitch that you're watching just have a lower microphone. Lowercase underscore, yeah. Uppercase means that you have to do users in your query rather than users without the quotes is the main issue. Yeah, so specifically if you're using Postgres, I don't know if you'll run into this with MySQL, but Postgres has a reserved table called users. And so if you create a table called users, every time you query it, you need to wrap it in double quotes. Yeah. You could call it grape if you wanted to. Oh yeah, thanks, Alka. So that's actually my Twitch ID. So for instance, I would get a row in social profile that has a user ID of 1, because that references the user table, provider type ID of 1, because let's say we have a row where provider ID is 1 and name is Twitch, and then provider ID would be the actual Twitch ID. In this way, it can exist 2 identical social profiles. Foreign key is necessary. So we could make a foreign key we could make a unique constraint that says the combination of user ID and provider type ID must be unique, which would make it so that one user couldn't log in with 2 different Twitch profiles. Now, we might want to allow that. Actually, I don't know why we would. So we probably would set this up as a combined, I forget the right term, but this is essentially a unique combined constraint where user ID 1 can only have 1 Twitch profile, but they could have a Discord profile because the provider type ID for Discord would be different. So it's possible to, if we set up that constraint, that you couldn't have more than 1. Yeah. Yeah, and thanks, Mr. Legit Pancakes. I'm working on it. So it's been taking me so long to edit that video. So if you tuned in on Tuesday, I started setting up this Mac for web development. I've been editing that video for like 6 hours at this point. I mean, it's technically like 5 hours of footage, but I keep like pulling things out, and it's taking a long time. But I think I'll be able to release it either tomorrow or Monday. But if you watch this video, this was clipped from the stream on Tuesday, the 3 apps that I use. But soon, the answer is soon. Very soon, that edited video will be on YouTube. Swilson is saying, I don't know if you mentioned that. I understand the separation from user and social profile makes total sense, but the separation from social profile and provider type. I learned that way, but sometimes it's just easy to keep them together and doesn't affect that much on complex systems. You're absolutely right. And basically, by doing this, it's one extra query we might have to do. Now, it depends, because typically what I do in my application code is when the app spins up, I'll just go ahead and query for all the provider types. And now I have essentially like an object in my code base that has already loaded the provider type IDs. And then anywhere I want to reference it, I just use that object that has already loaded them up. Basically, it loads all the constants from the database. Because otherwise, you would have to query this database table to find the ID of the provider whose name is Twitch. And you're right, that's a lot of extra work. And then also, like, if you're building a front end for this, and I mean, in this scenario, you wouldn't handle this on the front end because it's auth, like it's getting inserted on the back end. But let's say your front end was making a request to insert something into this table, they would have to know those IDs to be able to put something into that table. So it is a trade-off. Like, it's more work, but it's more normalized. I would say the main reason we do it is so that we don't have the word Twitch repeated over and over and over again in this table, and we don't have the word Discord repeated over and over again. Because let's say Twitch changes their name to Twitchy. I don't know. Now, I mean, it doesn't actually affect our code or our database, but from here on out, every new user we insert might have a provider name of Twitchy, and then we'd have to go in and do a database migrate to change all of the old strings to new ones. But I will say, like, it is a trade-off that you make. Like, an app that I worked on recently, well, a few years ago, was very denormalized. But we wanted to start doing some more complex queries in terms of searching the data. And so I basically denormalized a lot of the fields so that I could make a quick lookup on a single table, and then using that denormalized data, and then afterwards load in the related data. But the tricky part about that is now everywhere in your database that you've copied that data from, and if it ever updates, you need to update it in that other table. And like, that's the issue of having multiple sources of truth. It's a trade-off. It really is a trade-off. For my app, I'm fine with doing that. Composite key is the term. Thank you, the Shadow Lad. So composite key is when you can do something like user ID and provider type ID combined must be unique. Yeah. Yeah, it depends, Nande. Like, I guess it also depends on, like, the kind of code you're going to be writing in your community. I started on YouTube because that's all I knew. I didn't even know people streamed live coding on Twitch. And then eventually I found, like, C# Fritz and the Live Coders team, and I was like, oh, I'm going to try streaming over here. And then I saw that the Twitch APIs were, like, so much better, and it was easier for me to create interesting things that, like, use Twitch data, like this app I'm using right here. And that's why I switched to Twitch. And there's a lot more of a programming community here on Twitch than it seems like there is on YouTube. But it depends. It depends. I don't think I have any streams planned for this weekend. I've got some yard work to do. There's no dark mode. I can't change it. When you're on the web page, how do you only query the data you need for the page? Do you go through each field or load it into a variable? So typically, this has to do more with front end and back end, and the fact that on the front end you might be making an HTTP request to a back end to get that data, and then you would have had to have created a back end route that loads that data from a database in whatever way you need. So if you want all the data, you would query for all the data or only query for specific fields, but then your front end would get that returned. If that makes sense. This is called Lucidchart. Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah. They changed. Oh, did Justin.tv get renamed to Twitch, or did it get acquired? Regardless, if you were building an app back then and you had Justin TV as this text here, eventually you would want to change the text to just Twitch. Yeah. I mean, it's not an inventory app. We're doing our best. Seeing as how a single user won't be able to log in using the same provider twice, couldn't provider ID be used in a place of ID since it's going to be unique anyway? No, because we want to link it back to the user. And this gets back to the idea of not using a single table to store everything. If we were storing Discord info and Twitch info and everything in the same table, then yeah, we don't need that extra ID. But in this scenario, wait, what am I talking about? Oh, yeah, in this scenario, we need some way to link the social profile to the user. And we couldn't do that with provider ID because provider ID comes from the service, in this case, Twitch. The user table just has all of our users for our system, and we need to link that to their social profile, which is why we have the ID column, the user ID column on here. So it's needed to link these two tables, and alone, we wouldn't know how to link it back to the user. I think that's what you're asking. Please clarify if not. Yeah. How do you associate a user from two different OAuth providers with each other? This database structure is going to allow us to do that. So basically, once a user has logged in once, let's say with Twitch, now you've set a cookie or a token that says they're logged in, and you have another page that says link another social profile. And so you do the linking. But when they get to that callback step, which we need to update here, when they get here, you can detect that they have a cookie and that they're already logged in. So using that information, instead of creating a new user, you would then insert a new row into social profile. That's the new social profile on the other service that they're authenticating with. And that's what this is going to allow us to do. You can log in with Discord, but then later on, well, you could link your Twitch account, and now you can log in with Twitch instead. If you didn't do the linking while logged in, you would technically create a separate account. But we could also create a way of merging two accounts if you could prove that you're associated with both services. So yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, if you take a database class in computer science, they just talk about you always want everything to be normalized. But there are trade-offs. Absolutely. Like, it's quicker to just have the text in here, but you have the trade-off of now you have multiple sources of truth, and you need to make sure that it stays updated. So yeah. Yeah, so we're working on a database design for an app that lets you share a list of places. That's what we're doing. Okay. I need to catch up so we can finish this design. Well, I use something like node.pg to communicate. So because we're using Deno, we found this package called DenoDB. And that is what we're using. We're using DenoDB to connect. And they have a couple different connectors. They have like a MySQL connector and a Postgres connector, but that's what we're using. I see. Thank you for the knowledge, Alka. Justin TV changed from Justin TV to Twitch Interactive. So yeah, if that were the scenario, we would go into our database and then update the provider type in one place, given this design. Right, because if we've done it this way, we would have had Justin.tv in the table, but then later on could just go in and update it in one place. If we had provider type here as text, we'd have to update every single row to have that latest value. And see you later, Shadowlad. At work we use microservices, and every microservice had its own database, and every database had its own user table that we had to keep in sync. That does not sound like a good design. Now, it's possible that there's a reason they did that, and it might have to do with like lookup time, right? So like if this local microservice doesn't have to look up user's database, that's like a bottleneck if every single microservice is talking to the same table, I guess. There's a reason they did it, but there's probably a better way to go about it. I don't know. It's also possible the same provider ID is used on multiple providers, depending on how the IDs are generated. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it would probably be really rare, but for whatever reason, let's say I log in with Twitch and my ID is 42818 or whatever it is, and then I log in with Discord and its provider ID is also 42818. Now, how do we differentiate that one of them was Discord and one of them was Twitch? We do that because provider type ID is going to be different. Yeah. It's possible the same provider ID is used on multiple providers. Yeah, and I think like that's the other thing is now that we have this lookup table, right now it's only used here. But there are other tables that might need to reference that as well. Like we want to reference a specific provider type. And thank you, Swilson Santos, for that resub. It says, it's not much, but you deserve it by... Let me finish reading. You deserve it by the way you just described... Oh, wait. You just... Sorry. It's hard to find. You deserve it by the way you are sharing your knowledge. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. We're almost there. There's user ID and ID. And you use user ID to link back. Yeah, so as of now, the ID property seems kind of redundant. Oh, it's just a unique key because we need. I guess you're totally right. If we wanted a primary key in here, we possibly could use provider ID, but that goes back to the idea of what if two different providers like Twitch and Discord give me the same ID? Now we run into a scenario where this can't be the primary key. So that's really the main reason we just have this extra ID key floating around. Is it's possible that provider ID will not be unique across services. Now, it probably will. Like, given the circumstances, like, it probably will, but we don't know that. So that's why we have this unique ID column. I get what you're saying, though. Yeah. How do I know that the provider ID will be the same? That's how OAuth works. Like, basically, when I log in with Twitch through OAuth, Twitch has a specific user ID for me. It's always that ID. It never changes. Same thing with Discord. What's the time in Denver? It is currently 3:29 p.m. Or provider type ID. I mean, I am in control of provider type ID. So because I'm in control of this table, I know that it won't change. Or if I change it, I changed it on purpose. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that, Pablo. Does a table need an ID? For example, the social profile ID is not used. Yeah, this gets to the question that the other person was asking, and in this scenario, I think it does need an ID. Though we could actually do a composite primary key. I think that's possible. You could do a primary key that is the combination of user ID and provider type ID instead of an ID. But I just like having IDs. I don't know why everyone hates having IDs. I think it comes from like using other database types that don't have IDs everywhere. It's nice to be able to query things by IDs. I don't know. It's just what I do. You could store the authenticating service and the ID, then make both match. That would avoid collisions. Yeah, and I mean, that's the reason we are storing the authenticating service, so the provider type ID. Which prevents, so if two providers did give the same ID to the same user or two different users, now because we have this, we won't have a collision. All right. You all voted on this, but this requires so much talking. But I feel like, but it is fun to talk about. I mean, there's a reason that the inventory app, which is it started as a database design that we did a long time ago. There is a reason it's one of the most watched YouTube. We're having fun. one of the most watched videos on my channel. Yeah, it has a database design video with 120,000 views. Also completely unedited. That's just a straight up live stream, I believe. let's keep moving. So at this point, we can store users, we can store their social profile. Great. We basically have a system that users can log into, but we have no functionality. So we need a way of storing the data for the rest of the functionality. Now we get down to the app we're actually building. And so if you're just joining us, this is what we can do. We can create lists of places to visit. So we need a table that's going to store the overall list information. We're going to call this the spot list. For now, I'm just going to call it list. But here we go. Welcome in, Mistress. Glad to have you here. So we're going to call this... actually, we'll call it a spot list because we'll keep it specific to the app that we're building. Spot list. I looked at Excalidraw and I didn't see any way of creating entity relationship diagrams. There might be. I'm just so used to using Lucidchart. Okay, so this is where we're going to store the actual list that users are creating. First off, a list is created by a specific user. So in order to tie this list back to a user, and we'll keep that over here just in case we want to talk about normalization again. But in order to tie this list back to a user, it needs to also have a user ID. Now, we could call this user ID, perfectly fine. We also could call it like creator ID. We also could call it like owner ID. But this gets into the idea of, okay, I can create a list, but what if eventually I want to be able to collaborate on that list, right? What if eventually one user can be the owner, but then they can add other users that are allowed to add spots to that list? I think that is, I think it's a great feature. Yeah, so you could do created by. You really could name it whatever you want. Like the databasey way of adding it is just calling it user ID because that will reference back to the user table. But and actually, I think I will do this because the property creator or owner is actually going to get set by my database library, my object relational mapping library that I'm using. Because when I set up a foreign key relationship, I can name what I want that property to be. And so I can use user ID as the way to link it, but then I can call it whatever I want. So I'm going to call it user ID. I'm glad to hear it, Whoa, dude. Yeah. Okay, so this allows us to... one user can own or create a specific list. Great. And then now that we have that information, that's how we will do things like authorization on the back end, right? So only this user that created it is allowed to add new spots to this list. And we can check that by looking at this field. So if the user making the request does not have this user ID, we throw in unauthorized error like, hey, you can't edit this list. So, but we're storing that in the database. Okay, next up, we probably just want like a name for the list, and this will just be text. So you can name this like top 10 restaurants in the Denver area, that kind of thing. Yeah, so then we can get into type, but that's going to be on a separate table, but we will have a lookup for it. Yeah, I think we actually are going to keep it fairly unnormalized to keep it simple, but you're absolutely right. SQL Gortster. For the spots that are stored on this list, we would want to specify a type, like a restaurant or a library or whatever else. Quick stretch. Oh, that's a good point, Zerdane, and that's easy enough to add. Let's do it. So let's say you could create a public or a private list. So when you create the list, we could default to private, meaning only people... I think the way we would do it, because this is like a sharing thing, only people that know the link could actually get to it. So I could say public, and this is a Boolean, and in our application code, and actually in our model that we set up, we could set this to default to false. So by default, it's not public. The other thing is we could add another field for like published. So, and these are two separate things, right? Published, meaning like, can other people see this, or is it just like a working draft? And hey, Mr. Demon Wolf, we'll get back to Entropy Chat at some point, maybe like 2 weeks from now. I want to do one stream a week where we're working on older apps. But like yesterday, I had to cancel the stream. Yeah. So yeah, is public or is published. I see what you're saying, Terawatt, like putting is in front of it. Like I do like that in my code. I'm trying to think if I like that in my database. I don't think I do. Yeah, and that's the other thing we could do is in our application code, after you add 10 spots, we were like, whoa, if you want to add your 11th one, you got to buy the premium plan. We're not going to do that. Like, we could. It would be a fun experiment. I don't know. Maybe there could be a toggle in the UI that says limit me, and then you could limit. But if you uncheck that, you instantly get access to all the spots. Okay. I think, so we want to name like top 10 restaurants in Denver. And then I also I think I want a description field. So that way you can just add your own text that says, this is my list of the top 10 restaurants. I've lived in Denver for 7 years, so I think I'm pretty good judge of this. Hope you enjoy, or whatever else. You could add a description. Microtransactions, yeah. So every spot you add to the list, we charge you $1. Yeah. Okay, so let's think about the other things we would need for a spot. We have the user that created it or the user that owns it. It has a name, it has a description, it has whether or not the public can see it, and this will come into play with like a social aspect of the app where you can see users of the app, and then you can see for this user what are the lists that they've made, and on that list we would only show ones that are public and ones that are published, because that would actually allow us to create a list that is not public but is published, so we could share it and only people that have the link could actually see it. This makes me think we also should have a GUID, a GUID, because that is what we can use to link to this specific list. Can you do a GUID type in Postgres? Or would you just do text and then set it? I'm going to look this up really quick. So you can generate it, but it is of type text. Is it UUID? Creating a table with a UUID column. Yeah, Terawatt has it. UUID generate v4. So UUID is the type. That's what we'll use. Mainly because I want to be able to use that to link to a specific list based on that unique ID. Okay, cool. Is it better to use a string and create the function, and the app would be database agnostic? I'm okay with sticking to Postgres because I know that's what we're using, and right now with the backend that we're building, there isn't really a generic way of pointing to any database. We have to choose a specific type of connector, so I'm okay with locking us into to Postgres. Yeah, I agree, Limeotes. That's why I tried to fix it just now. There you go. I can fix it. Nice. Okay. All right. So a list has a user, a name, a description. We could have like someone mentioned like a URL, maybe like a background image. So that way when you're viewing the list, there's like a nice background or like there's a header image or something like that. I won't do that for now. That'll be a future addition. I'm thinking of stuff to add to Stretch though. So like lists can have a header / background image. And then the other thing is lists, or we could have like a user profile that shows all the lists they've created. Yeah, I mean, I think like rating, like, so lists can be rated by other users, probably like out of 5 stars. Or we might even just do like a upvote. Lists can be upvoted. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I hesitate terawatt hour, is like, I kind of want to just let you specify an image URL, but if we want to do image upload, then that requires a lot more. That's why it'll be stretch, I think. We're going to use Deno deploy to get this on the web. Okay. And Cloud DeVille, thank you very much for that prime. I think that is all. Yeah, and you bring up a good point, Me Not Santa, that I have not addressed yet. All of our tables will have created at, updated at by default. I'm not showing it on the tables here, but we can set that up in our Deno models, and actually our Deno DB models. We actually did do that with our user model. We just said timestamps true, and that automatically adds the created at, updated at columns, which are datetime type. Yeah, and that's why I hesitate to just let people put image URLs, because of stuff that could happen. But then I hesitate because, like, oh, well, I don't want to implement upload, but that's a stretch. Okay. Would you choose which DB to use, for example, Postgres versus MySQL? How would I choose? It really just comes down to like what you're used to. Like, honestly, Postgres, for everything that I've used it for, is amazing. Like, it gets updates constantly. They have really cool features. They even have like a JSON type. Like, that's the other like weird thing we could have done here. So instead of a separate table, I could add a column called like Discord profile that is of type JSON, or a column called Twitch profile that is of type JSON, and then I could actually store JSON that's queryable in my SQL database. I'm not going to do that, though. We're going to keep it very vanilla SQL. Yeah, so Postgres has a lot. So, I mean, honestly, it's like, if you're not locked into MySQL, a lot of people are locked into MySQL because of like some PHP stuff that has like always used MySQL. Postgres is pretty great. How would you store upvotes in the database? I guess let's talk about it, because I don't know. I need to go soon. We're not going to talk about upvotes directly, but what I will say is the naive approach is to just throw a column on here called number of votes that is of type integer, right? This is the naive way, because in a multi-user application, there are lots of people that all might be upvoting it at the same time. And that also has to deal with your backend code that potentially might be out of sync, depending on how you write the query. Because if you're updating the votes based on what the current number is and adding 1 in application code, if multiple people all upvote at the same time, it's going to be a little bit out of date. Now, it probably is possible to write a query that does the updating at the database level, in that, like, it's part of the SQL query. And that potentially would reference the current value as it's running. But like Mark Boots is mentioning, if we do this, then now we don't know who voted. So if one person votes for the list twice, how would you stop that? I do need to take a quick break. Right, so instead of doing this, we store it in a separate table, which is essentially a join table. And then that separate table can have really just the list ID, the list that they're upvoting, and then the user ID, who is the user that voted for it. And now you can also make sure that users can't vote more than once, because that could be a composite key of the user ID and the list ID, and then each upvote is just a row in that table. And then to determine how many upvotes, you basically just do a count on the table for the given list ID. Yeah. Cool. I mean, it probably happens with Postgres too. I just think about how people write node.js code. And typically what they would do is they would do a query first to get the current value. And then once they have that current value, they'd use it in the update. Now, of course, that's bad, because if multiple people all make the request at the same time, it's going to be out of sync. But it is possible to like write the SQL query that says basically increment the current value of the field. Status instead of public and published. I like them as two separate values. Let me give you my reasoning. A list can be public but not published, meaning it's a draft, meaning you don't want it to show up on your profile yet because you're not done adding all of the places. So it is public in that other people will be able to see it, but they don't see it yet because it's not published. But then once you publish it, now that it is public, it shows up on your profile, and then anyone can see that list. How big is YouTube's likes table? I have no idea how YouTube stores likes. I don't know if they use like a graph database and they might be doing something different. Like I've never dealt with something at scale like that. Yeah. See you later, One Computer Guy. Drive safe. Postgres supports enums. Let's see. Yeah, we could do this instead of a lookup table. The lookup table way of doing it is more generalized in that this would work on most databases, but because we're using Postgres, we could do this. I'll look into that when we actually go into implementing it. Graph databases usually aren't SQL. They're a specific kind of database that deals with nodes and edges. I haven't really worked with them much. So does that make sense, terawatt hour? Did I convince you of my public and published fields? Because like I guess status. What would status be? Would it be like a lookup or like a text value? Cool. I think we're good there. I'm gonna stick with that. If terawatt responds, we'll it could be an enum. Yeah, because then you could have combined like private draft public or private. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the two booleans, but I see what you're saying. Okay. We have a place where we can create lists. So if you imagine the application itself, a user can now log in. Great. Now a user has the ability, well, we'd have to write the code for it, but we have a place to store the lists that they would like to create. So they go to a page, they say, I want to create a new list, top 10 restaurants in Denver, give it a description, mark it as public, and it's still just a draft, and then create it. Now that I've created the list, I'm like presented with a map, and I can start picking places or searching for places on the map to add to that specific list. So we need a place to store all of the spots that are on a given list. So let's create another table. I'm actually just going to copy this one called spot. And this is a specific spot that is linked to a specific list. So we could call this list ID. So every spot I want to add to a list, I'll essentially insert a new row into this table and then link it back to the list ID of the spot or of the list. So this is a forward key, and it is a UUID. This spot will just have a I think it'll just be an integer ID, and then the spot will have a name. And actually, yeah, we'll just have description. So before, when I was listing out the different models, I did say spot comment. I was thinking of this as a separate table. I think for now, I'm just going to have it on the same table, meaning, so let's say I want to add the restaurant J-Star Thai to this list. I would insert a row here where the name is J-Star Thai. My description would be best Thai food in Denver. And then I want like a latitude, longitude. So instead of having a separate table that has comments, for now, it's just the description. And then eventually people will be able to add comments. You can comment on your own, that kind of thing. But what I do want is latitude and longitude. And it wouldn't be an int, probably like a float. Also, I think we actually have a point data type that we might use. But this is a specific location in the world and determines how we would put it on the map. Now, and Lord McGurk, thank you very much for the sub. Yeah, so that's the tricky part, Terawatt, is like to denormalize this further so that multiple lists can have the same spot. But in the way I'm thinking about implementing it, we basically will just have data duplication because the real source of truth is actually like the Google Places API, or some other search API that lets us search for points of interest, because that is what's going to give us. Or is it though? We could start to build up our own list of spots, and in this case, we would want like a name, a description, and we could do it so that if someone searched with Google Places and they wanted to choose a specific place, we insert it into our database so that it can be used, and then we have a join table that links it to another spot. Yeah. Why not auto incrementer on spot list ID? Oh, because I want to be able to, in my app, I want to link to the spot given its unique identifier. That's the main reason. And so instead of auto incrementing, I'm just using a UUID. Yeah, I think that's the issue, Terawatt, is like, can I do this with Deno DB? Cool. Yeah, so I'll figure out the best way to handle latitude, longitude as well. We've done that in my company, slowly built up our own places data from Google. Yeah, so I mean, in the front end, in the app, we could do a thing where we first search across all the spots that are already in the system, but then if we can't find them, then we go out and search Google Places or another. Honestly, I don't want this to get too complex, so I'm gonna keep it this way, but this gets back to the idea of not being normalized and data duplication, right? Because like Terawatt mentioned, let's say I create a list that's top 10 restaurants in Denver, and I put JStar Thai in here. All right, that's one row in the database. Now let's say I create another list that's top 5 Thai restaurants in Denver. I want to add JStar to it, and now I just insert another row and reference it to that list. Now the data is duplicated. Now JStar has 2 rows in here, but it points to 2 separate lists. I'm okay with that just for simplicity's sake, just to keep this app and its implementation fairly simple. It would make more sense to have my own list of spots, and then different lists could reference that same spot. Yeah. Do you want to give the user the possibility to crawl and get all lists created? Oh, I mean, and that gets down to like if you want to use an auto incrementing ID. Sure. And the thing is, like, you could expand all list IDs if you're using auto incrementing, but you're still going to want to have authorization that prevents a user profile from being loaded unless you have access to that user profile. Or in this case, if the spot list was not public or was not published, even if you could auto increment the IDs, you wouldn't have access to even view it once you're there. What happens if a restaurant changes location and it's in multiple lists? That actually gets down to the, like, maybe this is a feature though, right? Because if it's all linked back to the same spot, maybe somebody wanted to make a list of closed restaurants, right? So a list of places where all the closed McDonald's used to be. But if it's linked back to the source of truth, now it can't be closed anymore because the latitude, longitude have changed, right? Right. That actually is a consideration though, because I have built apps where basically there is older or somewhat like archived data that you actually don't want to keep up to date because you want some sort of historical data in your system. So it depends. Yeah. All right. First of all, let's figure out the best way to store latitude, longitude in Postgres. So Postgres, latitude, longitude. Better option. Point. So I was thinking, point on a plane. Can you say a point of float? How would I handle comments having multiple entries of the same place? That's going to be a separate table. So if people want to leave a comment about a specific spot on a given list, then that would be a separate table that stores those comments. And I think that's the other thing we have to think about, right? Like, when people are leaving comments, do we want them to be able to leave comment on the spot itself, or just on the spot associated with this list? Because if somebody else adds that spot to their list, do we want to show the comments that people have added to all the other lists? And I don't think so. I think we want to keep it specific to the list. PostGIS. And it's an extension? The GIS plugin? A spatial database extender for Postgres. It adds support for geographic objects, allowing location queries to be run in SQL. Okay, that's cool. The other thing I need to look into is, like, right now my plan is to just put this database on Heroku, because Heroku has a way of creating a Postgres database on their free tier. And can we do that? Heroku Postgres PostGIS. Currently, PostGIS can only be used on the production tier. Well, I really just plan to use the free tier, so maybe not. We're gonna keep it simple. We'll store it there. What is Railway? Because does that let us store Postgres databases? Bring your code. We'll handle the rest. We get a gigabyte. Wow. I've never used Railway. And then can we do PostGIS in here? Postgres database service uses the timescale DB PostGIS latest Docker image. So I think we just get it. Yeah, we just get it. Railway seems clear. Let's use Railway. It seems cool. Let's use it. Is there any kind of cold start for Postgres on Heroku? No, so the Postgres database on Heroku stays up all the time. It's not like your dynos that go to sleep. It's just available all the time. Or hobby tier with version 9.6. Oh, so we technically could use that, but Railway seems pretty cool. I might just try it out for the heck of it. Lists, entries, and spot. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, is do we want to have a separate table where all of the spots shared information gets stored, and then we have a separate table that links a spot to a given list. We're going to do that, and that's the last database thing that we're going to do. So it makes sense. I've been convinced that basically we need to build up our own database of spots that other people could potentially use. I guess the issue is, let's say you want to add a spot to your list that doesn't show up in Google Places results or some other API that searches for points of interest. If you want to add that spot, you have to manually add it because you didn't find it in search results. And I want you to be able to do that. I want you to be able to just pick any spot on the map and add it. But if you do that, now you don't necessarily want other people adding that spot to their list. So that ultimately becomes like a custom spot for your list. Yeah, like a nice mountain view. Exactly. And that's just specific to your list. And that would be like a name description. But technically, we could do a separate table for that, like a custom spot. Huh. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Railway, just, yeah, because it looks cool. I have a very generous free tier as well. Version 2. I'm thinking. This is my thinking face. All right, change my mind. We're going to stick here, mainly because I do want you to be able to add things that do not show up in places or point of interest things, point of interest APIs. Right? You need to be able to just add completely random stuff, and this is going to let you do that because all of the like places or point of interest search actually could just happen on the front end, and then after you've found a place or a point of interest that you want, you make a request to create a spot that just inserts that info. This is what I'm doing, and I'm sticking to it. No, and that's another reason why I'm sticking to it, is because I don't want this to turn into another super complex database that we never get around to actually implementing. And also, if you've watched this far into the YouTube video, that's why I'm going to delete the provider type as well. This is just going to become a provider type of type text, because we want to simplify it. Simplify the number of actual lookups that need to happen here. So there we go. We've just talked for an hour about something that only has 4 tables in it, but that's fine. Hopefully you learned quite a bit about database design and such. But yeah, this is making sense to me. And then I guess we could use enum. The other issue is like making sure that I have the ability to do enums with DenoDB. Enum? That's cool. Yeah, let's do enums. Nice. Okay. I like it. And so for those of you that don't know what an enum is, or an enum, it is essentially is a list of possible values. And in this case, our list of possible values will be Twitch and Discord. And in the future, we could add Google, Facebook, anything else that has social auth. But we'll set up that enum, and now when we're inserting into the table itself, we'll just use a value from that enum. And if the value isn't in the enum, the database itself will throw an error. Okay. This looks good to me. Let's just confirm what we need to do for latitude, longitude. Storing latitude, longitude in Postgres. I guess if we are using Railway, then we technically could use the PostGIS. That's what we were just looking into. Spatial query, but how about data modeling? How would I do some sort of geolocation with JavaScript? I mean, showing spots that are nearby. That's where geo querying would come into play. So let's say I have a bunch of spots in my database that all have a latitude, longitude. Get the current user's location somehow. You can use the browser API for doing that. If it's a native app, you could use that. You have their latitude, longitude somehow. Once you have it, you send that to your backend, and then your backend does a PostGIS query with their latitude, longitude, and it does you want a distance query against all of the spots. And so you could actually do a query that returns the spots in distance order, given the latitude and longitude that you know of. Yeah. Does DenoDB support PostGIS? I guess that's a good point as well. Like, what would our queries look like? I think it's possible with DenoDB to just drop down to SQL. Query. Yeah, I didn't see any stuff in their docs that let you just drop down to raw SQL. Welcome in, VHS Turtle. Glad to have you. Literal? Yeah, I don't see anything in here. That actually makes me think, like, I do want to find an example, though, of, like, a... How do we incorporate it into the model? We're not going to use PostGIS. Like, it's not... Right now, the things aren't complicated enough for us to do that. We literally just need latitude, longitude, because we're listing all of those things on a given list. We're not doing any sort of, like, distance queries to spots or anything like that. Is it dead? A year ago. Pretty big update 10 days ago. I don't know. Foreign key on user ID in spot list. So this is a good point to bring up. Oh, you're right. Actually, but what I thought you were asking was, do we need a user ID on spot? You weren't asking that, but I'll still just talk about it. So we could technically put the user ID on here because that would be the user that created that spot. However, we already know the list ID, and if we know the list ID, we know the user that created it. So it technically would be a little bit of data duplication, but it could make our lives easier if we're querying for all the spots that a user has created. Honestly, though, we could just do it so that the spots you create are yours and you can add them to multiple lists. I don't know. We're going to stick to this. I don't know. I think I just want like a... Use the data type point. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I want to use models, though. Like, most modern code bases are using an ORM of some kind. You're not necessarily just using direct SQL. But at the end of the day, we could technically just use this for the things that require it. Yeah, so if we use the point data type, it has float 8, 2 of them. So that should be fine. But I could have 2 columns of type float, or double precision. I'm just going to do the 2 columns. Let's pretend we didn't even talk about it, and I'm just going to do what I did here. So I'll mention this for the YouTube video. So we're storing latitude, longitude as just 2 separate columns as float. There are a lot of other ways to do it. You could use a point data type, which exists in Postgres, that stores an X and a Y, both of type float. You could use something like PostGIS, which would let you... I believe the data type you would use was probably still point, but with PostGIS, you could do like spatial queries, like distance type queries. To me, this is fine. This is all we need. Spot owners with row level security that allows users to see their own spots or any of your API providers. Yeah, I mean, that's what makes me think I should have a user ID on here. Because in the future, we could create a list table or like a join table, and then you have a list of like all your spots that you've added to certain lists. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to add a user ID. The main reason being it's going to make it much simpler in the future for us to lock down this specific table to make sure that only a given user can update it. or even access it because it was created by that specific user. Now, in a way, it's a little bit of data duplication because technically the list ID has a user ID, and these two are going to be the same, but it is going to make it easier for querying. And then this links back over to the user table, like this. Yeah, and so for now, we're not going to add comments, but that would be a future addition, and I think we could do it with this architecture, because we could create a separate table called spot comment, and that links to the spot's ID, and it has a user ID who created the comment and then the text of the comment. So I think in the future, if we're wanting to do comments, we could do that as well. In the future, we also could do things like upvotes or what are some of these other features people are saying? Like favoriting or starring. Yeah, so like as a user, you could have a list of your favorite lists. Or you could have favorite lists. Basically, you use this website, you see other people's lists, and you want to favorite them. We could have a way of doing that as well. I think we've designed this in such a way that it is extendable for the features that we want, but for now is good enough to get the things that we want. So I'm happy with this database structure. Let's review. We've got a user table that just has their display name because we're doing social auth. We don't have password or email. We then have a social profile table so that we can do OAuth and store that profile information. So we're going to allow login with Twitch and login with Discord. So any given user that logs in is going to have a row in this table that has a specific provider type of either Twitch or Discord, and then the corresponding profile info for that social profile. Great. Users can then create lists. So a list has a name, a description, whether or not it's public, and whether or not it's published. And then once you have a list, you can add a specific spot to that list. Now, we talked about a lot of the trade-offs of doing like lookup tables versus enums, and then also potentially using a join table for spot. But for now, yeah, exactly. We have 4 tables in 1 hour. And honestly, I think it's been longer than an hour, but we have the design. So I'm happy with this design. This is what we're actually going to use and implement in our code base. So thanks for watching this. If you want to see how we actually implement this, tune in on Twitch where we're working on this fresh spots and we're gradually getting it set up and adding features and stuff like that. All right. See you later. Cool. Fresh. I'm tired. I think I'm going to go now. This is turning into another inventory app, but I am happy. I'm more confident that we will actually finish it because the table structure is simpler. If you look at what we started doing for inventory app, let me just pull up that image, finish it. I see, like at this point, we could actually start writing the Deno models, but I need to go. It's already 4 o'clock my time. But yeah, if we search for Coding Garden inventory app, let me show you this monstrosity of a database. Yeah, this is the database we designed for inventory app, and then we slowly started to implement it. And we technically did create all the tables and everything, but once it comes down to actually writing backend routes and endpoints, it's not that it was hard, it's just that it's a lot. It's just a lot. Okay. If you want to see me talk about that database, feel free to go there. Let's look at our to-do list. We didn't define our models, but we did design our database. We got that done. So next time, day 3, which is very likely going to be next Friday. Nothing done. Which is going to be August 5th. Oh, we're already in August? We'll start with doing that config schema validation. We'll actually define our models, show a map, and then also get like login working. We're getting there. Okay, let me push this code up. I don't have any plans for a 24-hour stream. I think eventually I want to do some sort of subathon, just so I can make money. I mean, I might do that because, I mean, my course is nowhere near being done. I wanted to release a course on Monday, but I've just been working on other things. Like it's been a grind, uploading to my archive channel. It's not about viewers' money. No, it is. It absolutely is. So this is the archive channel where I'm actually really close to uploading every single archive of old streams that never made it to my main YouTube channel. So I'm in the process of doing that. And then lately I've been uploading edited videos, and so that takes several hours of time to edit the videos. I've been working on editing that Mac setup video. I think once I finish editing that, I'm just going to devote all of my time that I have to working on the course, because I want to. I mean, that's the thing. I'm my own boss. Okay, and it's really like, if in terms of like thinking about how I'm going to make money doing this full time, I could double down on Twitch and like stream more often and do things like a subathon or different thing, or yeah, be a variety streamer, I guess. But the main way I was planning of making money was releasing a course and selling it, which I need to work on. Because, like, I mean, no offense, but this is some money, and I appreciate all the support, but this is, all the supports you've given me isn't enough to live. I mean, are you my boss? I guess, yeah, the viewers are my boss. It's true. Because I'm doing what you all want, which in turn would potentially make me money. All right, I'm done. I'm already I'm too tired. I'm rambling. But yeah, I plan to release my first course on Udemy, and then after that, my plan is to create my own course platform, which is going to be a whole nother endeavor. Paid for by viewers like you. Yeah, and again, huge shout out to everybody that supported today. I think, did I miss that? Lord McGurk, thank you for the 5 months. No, yeah, they're going to take a cut, but getting on Udemy is really all about exposure, because so many people look for courses on Udemy. So if they find me, they'll potentially then subscribe to YouTube, follow me on Twitch, and then become supporters in that way. And then eventually, when I have my own course website, they will join there. I will not build the course platform live. Here's the thing. If it were just me, and I was not describing every single thing that I did, and then also talking about trade-offs and also answering questions that people have, I could finish this app in like 2 days max. Max. I'd be done. And thank you, Okay Not Now. Thank you for the gifts. But teaching and discussing and everything, like it takes a lot of time, which I'm fine with. Like that's just the nature of doing things like this live on Twitch. But Alka, maybe the only thing is, like, I can't pay you until I actually have income. So there's that. But we can talk offline. Okay. Yeah, you got the raid messages. Go to that site for the raid messages. I don't have the stream schedule up, but if you add the calendar to your calendar, not that one, this one, you can see when I'm going live next. I haven't added next week's streams. I'm guessing probably Tuesday is going to be the next stream. And then quick shout out to my musical project. So this is a musical project where I do live loops with my friend, and we've been streaming on Mondays and Thursdays, so I'll probably be live there on Monday night. But the next content stream will likely be next Tuesday. Keep an eye on the schedule. Also, join the Discord. I'll keep you updated there as well. I think that's all. Simpleton, thank you very much for the Prime. You all are great. Thanks for hanging out with me on this wonderful Friday. Have a wonderful weekend. I appreciate all the comments, the suggestions, the your enthusiasm, your presence. Thanks for being here. What are you saying, Terawatt? Bring my laptop where? Um. Oh, do you mean like to the music making thing? No, that's purely to the second street. No, that's purely music. All right, you all are great. We're gonna raid someone. Don't know who we're gonna raid, but whoever we raid, treat them nice. Be nice in the chat. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.